Yo, what up, everyone? Welcome back to more Great Ace Attorney. I am so excited. Oh, did my game screen get kind of messed up? What's... Oh, okay, that's weird. Like this little... Well, we'll just do that. Ah, okay. Oh, wait. It's so weird. It's like this little, like just a... Ooh, wow, okay. Hold on. Everything is going disastrous. Okay, whatever. That's probably not the greatest, but whatever. Allie, thank you so much! Alright, let's continue! Episode 2. Alright, last time we escaped imprisonment being the scapegoat.
That small dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath.
Sholmes.
In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern's shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The Speckled Band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which you referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible Speckled Band I had ever seen.
Okay. Kind of a weird way to start off. 9th of January, 6:37 a.m. on board the steamship Buria. So this is about 2 months later, it looks like.
So then, let us unravel this mystery.
Whoa,
and discover
glasses.
what events led to this curious murder. Pray, do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor. Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle. A Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script.
Okay, this guy's like
And evidently
very
not
interesting.
penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality.
What in the world?
This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident, by the victim himself, I would venture. Well, what have we here?
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
Da! No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait!
Shh. That won't be necessary. You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What?
Don't be absurd. This is murder. And it cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Who are you? And where have you come from?
I'm a
question.
great British consultant detective, the only one in the world.
Wow.
Herlock Sholmes.
Herlock Sholmes. Oh,
must have
snap.
heard him.
All right, this guy is either going to be extremely badass or very silly. I'm not sure what yet. No. No way is it us. Oh my god, are we in the locked room? No way. Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. Don't tell me. Don't you dare tell me it's him. Like in the locked room. Wait, I can't move. No. Yes. I love it. I love it already. We're gonna get framed for murder again. Why am I in handcuffs? So you wake up now, I had to drag you out of the wardrobe. I do not believe how you could not wake up. You are a true cold-blooded man. You found me then? Ah, we found you. And now you pay. Criminal. How long are you hiding in that tiny wardrobe? Sorry. Now you have been found. It is time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is. No, I'll tell you everything. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Isn't that... Why'd you do it? Why'd you take his life? Miss Susato? Wait, what did you just say? Take his life? Where is he? Where's Kazuma? Ah, you pretend you do not know. You are a wolf in the sheep's... No! Don't tell me they killed him already! You are the killer. Do not try to make excuses. No, I knew they were gonna do this. Dude, Kazuma was so epic. What? Kazuma-sama's body was discovered not long ago. Here, in this very cabin. That was bolted shut from the inside. His body? Oh, this makes me sad. Please. Do not try to tell us you were doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead? But it can't be! These handcuffs. Sure you don't think I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me, please. No. No! Johan, this is so sad! I knew they were gonna do this too. I'm so sad. I was like, oh, I knew they were gonna do this. I think in the last episode, I'm like, they're gonna kill him off in the second episode, and I really hope they don't do it, but they did. Kazuma. It was just 2 short weeks ago. Are you sure about this? Won't we get in trouble? Ha ha ha. Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else could you come to England with me to study? It was really something else when they brought your luggage in here earlier, though. The way that Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case on the... Russian crewman. Phoenix writes in the future by, like, what, 150 years? I forget exactly when this takes place. Isn't it like the 1850s or something like that? I thought I was going to die. Great Ace Attorney 1 and 2 is about Phoenix Wright's ancestor, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh, my cosplay? Oh, I only did it for the 1 episode. I'll probably do it again for, like, something else. I really didn't think you'd be able to fit in my trunk. You must be even less of a man than you look. Hey, honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone in my body. Well, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. But if you can find yourself in my cabin here, I don't expect anyone to discover you. I hope not. I have a feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. 116 years. 1900 on the dot. Oh, okay. That's a sturdy bench, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady? Our faithful judicial assistant, Mikotoba, you mean? From your close friend? More to the point, surely we could confide in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away. No, but if she knew what we'd done, that would make her guilty by association. It's best that only you and I know about this. I suppose so. Anyway, it's about the time where the steward is supposed to come and clean the cabin. I know it's cramped, but you better get in there, I think. It won't be for long. Anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. Yes, what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'll be in it for it. Stop worrying. I tell you what, why don't you write keep out or something on this piece of paper? What? You can stick it over the wardrobe doors once you're inside. I don't know. I've only been at sea for about 15 days. How can this have happened? We were supposed to be going on this adventure to England together. We leave you at the next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't make any more trouble for yourself. Murderer. No, I'm not a murderer. Ah, you said before. You said you admit everything about your crimes. That's not right. I mean, yes, I did stow away on the ship, but murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit the truth. Suzato-san? Please, tell me what happened. I need to know. Very well. But there's something I would like to ask of you, too. Oh, those eyes. She looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare is getting worse by the minute. I suppose all I can do is try to find out what really happened. Tell me about Kazuma's death. Oh yeah, I have to get a sticky note, because Alright, so... Russian roommate. Allegedly, Kazuma wrote in Russian. So that's sus. He's really been killed. This isn't just a bad dream. I wish it was a bad dream. And these handcuffs, they think I did it. They think I'm Kazuma's killer. When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside. What do you mean? There's no access to the cabin via a porthole window, and the bolt on the door cannot be operated from outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls. What? Or to put it another way, the culprit can only have been somebody inside this cabin. Or do you have some other explanation? The window right up here. How did he die then? What happened exactly? Are you still going to deny the charge, even despite the circumstances? Please, Suzato-san, you have to tell me. Cause of death is still undetermined. They don't know how he died. The ship's doctor is examining the body, but of course he has no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we should learn more until an expert has been consulted at our next port of call. So presumably that means there were no obvious external signs of injury then. That's true, yes. Can anyone tell me what actually happened here in this cabin? I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? Surely that's something you know the answer to better than anyone. Please, whatever you say, you were here in the cabin after all. Well, yes, I was, but... he would always wake before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin as I have every day so far on this voyage, but this morning he did not come. I could sense that he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Suzato-san arrived at his cabin door, I wonder? I knocked, but there was no reply. I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. The crewman forced the cabin door open, and when we managed to get inside, there was Kazuma-sama, collapsed on the floor. The white tape now shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. I had no idea anything had happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow. I wish it wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe. This is all very hard to believe for me too, trust me. I told you everything that I know, so it's my turn to ask you a question. Yes, alright. My head feels so heavy. It's throbbing. Okay, I'm gonna guess that Ryunosuke was likely knocked out. Alright, stowaway. Why are you even on board this ship, Naruhodo-san? You said something about being a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, yeah. I'm afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time. I had no idea. How could you have occupied Kazuma-sama's cabin for so long without noticing? No. That would have been impossible, obviously. Yes, of course. Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. He actually asked you? But why? I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. I don't understand. Kazuma, why do you want this? What's the real reason? Why go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you? So I did this one on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I? That you ought to become a lawyer yourself? Well, yeah, sorry. Got something in my eye. I didn't think you were serious. You have a talent for it. I can assure you of that. But I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is at the spirit of cultural development, the center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? Well, no, definitely not. On a personal level? If you were to become a lawyer, then what? Nothing. Forget it. Huh? Kazuma-sama he was always saying the same thing. And he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Because he thought that he could do that with you. Yeah, maybe. Something's bothering me a little. Look in his eyes then. It was darker than I've ever seen it before. Suzato-san? I'm sorry that I kept it a secret from you. Am I stowing away on the ship, I mean? If I know Kazuma-sama, I expect he was trying to protect me to avoid me becoming guilty by association. That's exactly right. Yep. If you're not the culprit, then tell me. What happened last night here in this cabin? Well, thing is, I don't really remember. Kazuma brought me something to eat just like he always did. And I got myself into that wardrobe over there just like I always did. After that, I fell asleep. Well, yeah. So deeply that you didn't even know the story when Kazuma-sama was killed? Well, yeah. I know it sounds unbelievable, really I do, but it's the truth. Could be by the food. I woken up, the person would be in this predicament. And for some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything. Really? Something wrong? No, it's... Please forget it. Dawson, you have to believe me. I didn't do it. I really don't want to doubt you, but the trouble is, there's no one else who could possibly have done this. Ugh. Kazuma, I don't understand. Why? Why did this have to happen? Urgh, I can't take this. Don't try to go anywhere. You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I can't allow that to happen. Sorry, but Kazuma was killed right under my nose here, and I didn't do anything to stop it. And now, let's just sit around, my hands tied, while whoever did this walks free? No, I cannot allow that to happen. Well, what do you propose to do then? I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find exactly what happened here. I'm going to work out who took Kazuma's life and how and why they did it. So I'm sorry, but you're going to have to excuse me. Hiya! Yeah, let's see how well that worked out. Yep, that's about right. What the? It was a Susato takedown. A Susato takedown. A Susato what? What's up, Melters? I'm going to need you to prove it. Sorry, prove it? Yes, you're innocent. I need evidence. But how am I supposed to... You've forgotten already what you achieved just a few weeks ago. You successfully defended yourself in a court of law. I see. She's expecting me to present some conclusive evidence. I have to get Suzawa-san to believe me. I'll show her some evidence right now that proves I'm not guilty. Well, let's present paper seal. Tell me, when I was discovered in the wardrobe before, was this piece of paper stuck over the doors? Oh, yeah, it was. I remember clearly. Thought so. Cosmos always puts it in place whenever I went to sleep in there, just in case the cabin steward or another crew member decided to look inside. But naturally, he did the same last night as well. Yes, of course. Gentlemen had discovered you peeled that sign from the wardrobe doors before you opened them. But if I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own. Yes, that's quite true. In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma. Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor, I can see why Kazuma-sama thought so highly of you. Thank you, Suzawa-san. Now, you think perhaps you could help me up? I wonder how far this game is going to try to ship Suzato and Ryunosuke. Well, in the light of that evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating it here at least. Thank you! She finally believed me. I'm sorry. No. What? I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you use some sort of conjuring trick to put the sign back up in position. What do you think I am, a magician? For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same. Alright, let's get to work, Sao-san. Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. Oh. I shall be watching you. Make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I don't want that, you using your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example. Right. Alright, I should make a start investigating in here. Examine everything I can. Kazuma, I swear, I will avenge your death. Any new information? Kind of figured not. And let's examine the sword. Kazuma-sama's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it. Yeah, he was always saying that a Japanese man's katana is his soul. If that's the case, why didn't he use it? I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on this trip. Those are just as important it was to him, and now he's gone. But I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet. Isn't it weird that he didn't use it? Oh dear, that won't do. Ah, what's the matter, Suzato-san? Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused I forget to look around properly. Yes, that's not good. You're not supposed to be supposed to be in that car, are you, Naruto-san? I'm sure the B and M? Yes, let's do that. Oh, my field of vision has been rather small until now. What's up, Xenon? How you doing? Oh, I can do this too. Nothing on this table at all. Why is this wrinkled? The plate and culture are all over the floor for some reason. Yeah, that's strange. Last night when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still... No, wait a minute. What is it? That's funny. I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner at all. Perhaps you are responsible for what happened to Kazuma-sama? No! Oh, they have like a check mark? Oh, wait, what the... I've investigated thoroughly, but I can't find anything out with it. That's my dinner from last night, a roast chicken. It was really tasty. Oops. Glad to hear you're doing all right. Yes, it was very delicious, wasn't it? But you eat it on the floor here? I'm not a dog, Suzato-san. At a table, of course. Which begs the question of when and how the plate ended up on the floor. Kazuma-sama didn't like chicken at all, did he? Nope, that's right. So he didn't touch it. I mean, all the more for me. Oh no, does Does that mean Orkano's not spending his last night on his earth with an empty belly? Just too horrible. Oh, now I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach. Seigi. The Japanese word for justice. The brush strokes are straight and true, just like Kazuma. Yes. Calligraphy always was a reflection of his heart. Yet you... Can you really look at those characters without feeling shame knowing who drew them so thoughtfully? Of course I can. I mean, I'm innocent, so why shouldn't I be able to? You're really still away on the ship. Dang, get wrecked. Now you're going to bring that up, are you? I can't win. I agree, Hex. Very brutal. Very, very brutal. Talk to that guy last. Those are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Buria. It's essential list of requests from the captain. All passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. What? Why are you staring at me? Oh, sorry, I was just thinking. Are you more of a dangerous object or a pet? Wow! I can't decide. Well, one thing for sure, either way. I was supposed to be in here. Looks falling over. Look, I'll topple the same way. And what's this? A statue of some god of the sea? It's falling over as well. Yes, it's as if the whole shell has been ransacked and everything mown down at once. I wonder if Kazuma-sama doing his morning sword training, do you think? I seriously doubt it. And perhaps it was you, Naruhodo-san, in a fit of rage. I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books and a statue. The way things have been thrown about here, that ain't the case, I wonder? Good. Well, set everything straight again. I don't like to see a mess. What do you think this is? It looks like a broken piece of glassware? Whatever the thing is. It appears to have broken clean in two. That's a sure beautiful color. It looks like a cute little Natsuki fastener from a kimono outfit. I'm not sure that sounds like Kazuma. He wouldn't have secret carried a cute little trinket like this around with him, would he? Mark beside it. What is it, I wonder? It has a sort of brick-like hue. Oh, it's probably blood. Even though I don't see anything of the same color anywhere else in the cabin. Very large traveling case, isn't it? Yeah, it carries a lot of memories for me. Memories? What do you mean? Well, that's actually how I stowed away on this vessel. I was brought on board inside that case. Ah, yes, I see it says this way up in Japanese. Which is high that I should have realized the foreign crewman wouldn't be able to read. It was turned over and over and over, and then I was tossed on the floor in here. Oh dear, being a soy isn't as romantic as it sounds. Well, it was less painful than a Suzawa takedown. Did Kazuma write that before he died? It looks like it's written in ink. He must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed on the floor. Suppose he wrote this message by dipping his hand in the spillage? Poor Kazuma-sama. No doubt he was in terrible pain. Almost unbearable to imagine it. A clue. Sorry, partner. I can't read your writing. Not only the Japanese, Naruhodo-san. What? Then what language is it? Pains me to admit it, but I don't know. It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? Someone other than him wrote it? Alright, crewman. Perhaps I should see what this Russian crewman makes of the scene of the crime. Hey, excuse me? What? I was wondering how it's going. The investigation, I mean. Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes, but it's not true, I see. Sorry? The criminal asking an investigator for information about his crime, very funny. Oh, it wasn't supposed to be a joke. Doesn't appear to be laughing either. He's convinced you're guilty. Might have useful information though. I have to keep trying. So last night, did you notice anything out of the ordinary at all? Yeah, of course not. Now back to the corner of the room and make silent. I say no more to you. Did I hit a nerve? Just for a minute there. You seemed a little flustered. This is Dear Cosmos. I would have sat wherever he was writing. London Diary. Poor Cosmo. He didn't even make it to his destination. Looks as though the last entry is incomplete, which means what? He was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened? Let's see what it says. It could be a valuable clue. Yeah. That's out of the question. What? Cosmo may have departed this world. We must not read his private thoughts. But what if it's something important? Something relevant to the case? Alright, alright. I won't read it. Poor Kazuma-sama. I don't like prying into people's personal matters either, but in this case, isn't the need for clues more important? He's afraid that he wrote about her. I remember helping the crewman force the door open. The spool had been firmly closed. It's quite a small bolt, not particularly sturdy. Just slides across a secure door shut, but still, if the door bolted, there would be no way to get in or out of the cabin, that's for sure. No wonder everyone suspects me. When she glares at me like that, I feel tense all up and down my spine. I remember reading once in a detective novel, the culprit used a needle and thread to draw a bolt across the room in a situation like this. Yes, that's a clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of detective stories myself. The door of this cabin and its frame are made of metal, and they seal together perfectly. There would be no possibility of using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid. Oh, snap. Scary. Certainly not, certainly not as, happy-go-lucky as Maya. I think there's some kind of opening for a ventilator, a hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin. Isn't that a little odd? What do you mean? Well, this ventilator, if that's what it is, I think it must connect to the next door cabin. Yeah, it would appear to. You're right. If its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room, surely it should be connected to the outside. That's true. Perhaps so that rain and spray don't find their way in when the seeds are rough or something like that? I suppose. Maybe that's it. Who's that? He wasn't there a minute ago. As far as I can tell, looks like he might be European. Oh, how did he... You noticed the man too, have you? I have no idea who he is or how he got in there, but he looks suspicious and tall, and suspiciously tall. Naruto-san, don't tell me. Do you really not know who that is? Well, no. I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. Doesn't look like a member of the crew. There's something very unusual about him. Is he investigating Kazuma's desk, or is he just playing on it? Well, I can't tell. Well, in that case, simply must talk with him. I just imagine it, or does Susasan look almost uncontrollably excited? By the way, I expect that you've noticed already, but just in case, if you press space on people when they're in the crosshairs, you can converse with them. Alright then, I'll get that suspiciously tall gentleman in my sights and see what he has to say for himself. Please do. Excuse me. Excuse me, do you have a moment? Shh. This is a critical point in my investigation. Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly. Yeah, perhaps that would be for the best. Greetings! I hope I haven't kept you long. Yeah! Oh my, nice music, bro. What exactly were you doing at Cosmo's desk just now? Ah, I see. Fascinating. Sorry? What do you see? Feels like he's looking right through me. Oh yes, everything is clear now. The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive. Just recently returned, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry? What? And now, whilst venturing toward foreign climes, you find yourself in the most troubling predicament. Oh, well, that's true, at least. But how? How the deuce did I know that, perhaps? It was really the most elementary deduction, hardly worth explaining. Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else? But of course. Let's go, Jams. We're pressing A all day. But of course, a great many things. There's no mystery, my dear madam. For example, you have fled your native land of Russia, being as you are a merciless revolutionary. You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake, and now you travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. And the Barabond occupant of this very character's area, you ended his life too. Yes, I believe that summarizes the facts beautifully. No need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes. Just to be clear, you are talking about me, are you? Certainly I am. Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name? I don't even see one person who fits the bill. So it's true. It was you who did this to Kazuma-sama. What? And you're planning a revolution too. Shameful behavior, Naruto-san. Absolutely wicked. No, listen, there's no way Now explain yourself. Tell me everything. This is ridiculous. Those Susato throws are pretty scary. How could you do it? For pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously. Oh, forgive me. As for you, what kind of deduction was that? You were just saying the first thing that came into your head. Ah, but I was not right. Was I not right? I was venturing to fire climbs. You do find yourself in the most troubling predicament, do you not? Well, yes, maybe. Ah, there you have it. You see, what do you make of that? Well, to be honest, this ship is en route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder. So I'm not really sure you could call it deduction. It's more plain observation. Indeed, an observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles. You see, I announce my findings with a veracity certitude. And more often than not, I'm right. I don't think you introduced yourself. Ah, my apologies. How remiss of me. I'm none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women in the world over. The inimitable Herlock Sholmes! So it's really you, the actual Herlock Sholmes? The very same? The inimitable actual Herlock Sholmes. Do you know this man, Susato-san? Most famous detective in the world? Naruhodo-san. Of course I do. There's nobody who hasn't heard of him. What planet have I been living on, then? I must ask him what he's deduced. He'll have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure. Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? So, you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what was your name again? Indeed, I am none other than the one and only Herlock Sholmes. Oh, I see. You're German? Herlock, was it? No, I have no her. I mean, I have hair. Please call me Sholmes. You can read all about my exploits in my exciting London publication. Oh yes, Rant's magazine, full of wonderful short stories and interesting articles from Great Britain. I never miss an issue. I have it sent from England especially. Yes, here it is. The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. So you're the protagonist in a series of short stories then. Indeed I am. And you read so many of your own stories, you started to think you were actually a detective. Make no mistake, I am not the poor deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backward. Backward? My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and chronicles them in the magazine. You have a biographer? Do you? Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson. Presently keeping shop in London. Dr. Wilson? Must say, thanks to that publication, I've been fantastically busy of late. Why, this very moment I'm returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown. Really? Can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. Deduction, you see, is to me a science. Logical reasoning in its purest form. A science? Really? The astute observer notices even the most subtle of reactions in the subject. A furtive glance, a twitch of a muscle, a slight inclination of the posture. Fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin. All these things are data. Right. And the trained logician makes deductions from this data in the blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is without fail the truth. As I demonstrated only a few short moments ago. How can you look at me in the eye and claim that? So you see, I have a turn for observation, for deduction, and fame. That is what makes me the one and only Herlock Sholmes. Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet? Have I managed to deduce anything? My dear fellow. Very cocky so far. Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right. There's none other than the great detective before you now, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Ah, I see. I bet it is now because of him. When I became anxious about Kazuma-sama this morning, I summoned all of the crew members to force the cabin door open. And I concealed myself among the number, gaining entry to the scene of the crime. Yes, lucky for everyone, the great detective Herlock Sholmes was aboard, and on the handcuffs seemed to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruhodo. Arg. The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, two facts were immediately apparent to me. Oh, really? Two facts, you say? Oh. Mr. Sholmes, tell us, please. What two facts were apparent to you when you came into this cabin this morning? Ah, yes. But first, let us be precise. The two facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yes, I understand, but what were they? Allow me to elucidate. The two facts I deduced from a mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. Number one, the cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. Number two, the victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance. Hold on, Mr. Sholmes, why do you think the victim was Russian? Observe the dime message left by the victim on the floor. That is the Russian word for wardrobe. Do you really think Kazuma-sama left a message in Russian? In their final moments, many find the native tongue filling their head for this young man, Russian. Kazuma was Russian, was he? And then should I consider Garderobe, maybe the name of the killer, a certain Robert Garde, perhaps? But in the interest of thoroughness, I said it would be wrong to not look at the wardrobe, where you found Mr. Naruhodo sleeping soundly. Quite so, I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer. Why is it that I'm Russian too? I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were acquainted. And if my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of the Russian people. Our school uniforms are the traditional dress of the Russian people? I had no idea. And I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong. I took a photograph of the victim and the message that I might analyze it for possible hidden details. This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was removed. Kazuma had already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yeah, thank you. Dang. Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes? What, pray? You mentioned Russia before as well, didn't you? You know when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all that? Ah yes, the train of reasoning that led me to the truth. Would you mind explaining the train of reasoning to me, do you think? I don't know what that word is. How many times? I'm not Russian. I don't speak Russian. Can we talk about your deduction before? The things you conclude about me, I mean. And now famously accurate, troubling predicament you find yourself in. Actually, it was the other details that I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and assassin of 16 part? Yes. The more sordid details, it was a fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads: Revolutionary villain Borshik flees Russia via Shanghai. This vessel made a port call at Shanghai yesterday, and last night the young Russian was murdered. So was Cosimo Russian? Sounds like Mr. Sholmes has concluded he was Russian because of what Cosimo-sama wrote on the floor. Simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary, one who had killed the very man who helped him to escape after his shred, and he was discovered. Yes, you, villain Bolshevik. No, I'm gonna be mean. I don't look anything like this man. Just look at his face. Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary after all. Therefore, you have no doubt learned to revolutionize your appearance as well. Oh, please. And I might add, your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more? Well, that's because I'm a stowaway. What about the other details? 16 victims of assassination blown at the Crystal Tower? Yes, the journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed all these particulars in the article. He's the man who's perpetrated thus far, and thus he's plotting. Yes, everything about this revolutionary Bolshevik was included. There could be no mistake. The revolutionists usually agree to interviews and newspaper reporters, I wonder? What about the part where you said I was just returning from Afghanistan? Also quite clearly stated here in the article. Bolshevik has recently returned with the period of subversive activities in a war-torn region of Afghanistan. Or even is it anyway? This Afghanistan place. Here, take the paper for yourself as a little memento of this great deduction. Oh, thank you. I was told all this interests me within his pages, but I see no rubbish bin nearby. Alright. Oh, the bat. Alright. Written in Russian, huh? Suppose it wouldn't hurt just to glance at the article. Maybe there might be a picture or two. Before we started talking, you were examining Cosmo's desk, weren't you? Cosmo. Yes, the victim. Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all? Observe for a moment the desktop of the victim. You see that the victim engaged in penning some text. London Diary. Cosmos keeping notes of the trip. But I don't think you should read his private writings. It could upset people. Tragic. Something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. You mean you've read it already? It is my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. Oh, I see. Well, I'm about to know what a Suzato takedown is. Suzato-san? Are you going to throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns? Sorry, Naruto-san. What on earth do you mean? Life is so unfair. Anyway, to return to the matter at hand, namely this diary belonging to the victim, but it appears the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of the writing? Pray be precise as to the details. But I thought you knew Japanese. Smattering, dear boy, smattering. Sayonara, bonsai, mikado, nado, nado. I trust you suitably impressed. This diary is littered with complicated-looking characters, of which I can read precisely none. Ha 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 ha. Oh man. If you would be so kind, I would be happy to read it to you, Mr. Sholmes. I'm much obliged, my dear madam. All right, 2 short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. A whistling sound. These are very deep waters. Pray go on. Second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill? A speckled band? What on earth does that mean? I have no idea. I've never heard that expression before. Ventilator grill, you say? The man was presumably referring. The lattice on there on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin. Yes, the adjoining cabin. Adjoining cabin, I guess. I believe I'll give you enough to consider for the time being, at least. Do you have somewhere to go? As it happens, the victim's writings in his diary have piqued my interest. Matter warrants further investigation, for if I am still too long, the seasickness takes hold. Oh, I suppose. You're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to? Great, detectives are curious breed. Our minds rebel at stagnation, we crave mental exaltation. So yes, I intend to investigate, hence the truth will become clear soon enough. You think perhaps that we could go with you? No. That'd be complicated. Why? Simple glance at your wrist revealed the answer. Oh, these. You're the prime suspect in this matter. No. No point in trying to turn around into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as a culprit at any point. You must be joking. You just said it a moment ago. Dear me, you're clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing. Actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too. You're quite sure? Well, that's very strange. I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know. Not really. But what were you looking at my knees before? Some great detective you are. Anyway, that was then, and this is now. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If you are the culprit, you must play the part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate. Ah ha ha ha. Now I'm just being plain rude. Off he goes, having just laughed in my face. Sense of humor is as twisted as his name. Now, Rohosan, what are you just standing there for? We must go and investigate the cabin next door as well. Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? There's no way I can... Hiya! Ow. Why did you do that? After Kazuma-sama spent his dying while struggling to leave us a clue, you're willing to give up? You're just gonna roll over and accept your fate? Oh, as if you gave me any choice in the rolling over part. Dang, Susato is violent. Hey, we still have some investigation to finish up in here first, don't we? Let's carry on examining what we can in this cabin while we wait for a chance to slip next door. Good idea. Situation doesn't look good for me. There are still things I can do to help myself. And I owe it to Kazuma to do everything I can to find a way out of this. And bring the real culprit to justice. Is that... something wrong, Naruhodo-san? Oh, no, it's just that crewman standing by the door. I don't feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Oh, yes, you're right. He does look familiar. Excuse me, sir. No way. What can I do? No way, no way. Oh my gosh, why? I recognize the face, but it can't be. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Yup, it is! I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hasanaga. Hello again. Why is Hasanaga here? What are you doing here? I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you, my heart stopped. Nearly stopped, I hope. I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew and board this ship again. Great, are we using Hasanaga in every episode? You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector. anything I can do to help you, please ask. I never expected to see this man on board. That's his presence can help me out of this hopeless situation. What are your special orders this time, Inspector? Yeah, and why are you dressed as a member of the crew? I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? My orders were to act as Asagi-san's bodyguard. Aww. It was Minister Justice Jikoku who pushed for this overseas state tour to go ahead. He entrusted me with ensuring that Asogi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated. Assassinated? How could that even have been a possibility? I'm not sure. But these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Minister Jigoku said that we should be prepared for all eventualities. This is incredible. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama was assassinated? Obviously, we couldn't give Asogi-san a visible security escort. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew. I see. I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been on board, from morning until night, every day. I never imagined it would happen here inside his own cabin, not here on the first-class deck. I failed miserably at my assignment. Asogi-san is dead as a result. That's so sad, dude. I'm a disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize. Inspector? There's anything at all that I can do to help now? Just say the word. Well, we're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma-sama's death ourselves. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer? Of course not. We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door. Yes. We need to be allowed out of this cabin. I'm sorry. What? You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety. If you move to even touch the handle of the cabin door, somebody like a seaman there would surely snap your neck in two. I suppose I'm not just a stowaway now. They think I'm a murderer as well. Would it be possible to give me something to work with, do you think? I'm going to need something persuasive. What do you mean? If I had a solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example, I'd do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really, I'd lay my life on the line if I had to. I don't see how. There may be a way. What? Really? Think of how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Naruhodo-san, by presenting me with a piece of evidence that you already had in your possession. Evidence? It's just the same as when you were in court. You must do this done many times during your trial. Simply select the present panel and choose some evidence that Inspector Hasanaga could use. So, evidence that would give us a viable reason to investigate the next door cabin, is it? Alright, yes, I think I might know what we can use. Let's see if I can present. I'm not gonna do that right now because I wanna double check everything else. Did I get this thing down here? I don't want to talk to that guy yet. This is, yes, it's a Belcourt contraption, I think. What do you mean, contraption? I read about it in a book I was studying that talked about life in Great Britain. Large households often have bell cords like this, which you can pull to ring a bell to summon servants. Really? That sounds almost magical. Shall we give it a little try? Yes, in the interest of cultural research, obviously. I suppose nobody comes for the love of Japanese people. No, I'm sure it's just that everyone is busy, that's all. It's 2 weeks since we set sail from Japan. Have you really been living in that wardrobe the entire time, Naruhodo-san? I think living isn't quite the right description. Oh no, I suppose not. Although it must have been rather exciting making this voyage in your own secret hideout. Trouble was, I never knew when a member of the crew might come in. So yes, I did basically have to live in the wardrobe. Last night was no exception. But because of that, you had no idea what was happening here on the cabin. No, sadly not. Why would we allow... What can we use to persuade? Hold on. Forgot this little thing. Why? Let's see, a diary. Oh, I think let's present the diary. What's that? It's Kazuma's diary. Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary. Strange? In what way? He wrote, what looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? That is strange. Yes, we're still trying to work out what he meant by that. What I'd like to know is... Don't tell me. The ventilator, is it? Astute, Inspector. That ventilator clearly joins the next door cabin. That's right. So if we can investigate in there, we might be able to work out what the speckled band was. Alright then. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. Captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. That's an interesting investigation to you. Really? You're willing to do that? Yes. As long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area, I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs, though. But what about the captain? Aren't you going against his direct orders? Ahem, ahem. I'm a man of my word. And I promise you that I'll lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep Asogi-san safe. This is the least I can do. Thank you. Let's see the moment, Naruhodo-san. Just let move and we'll leave this cabin at last. Move. Alright, let's see what we can find out. Before I do... Yeah, let's... I could talk to the one guy, but... A passageway, huh? Ooh, I'm finally out of that cabin. Excuse me. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. And the crewmate, yeah. Dude, Hasanaga's a crewmate. Let's go. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be, but this is the most luxurious accommodation. Yes, indeed. Kazuma-sama was being sent on a study tour by the government. That's why he was being put up in a first-class cabin. Even so, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in steerage. Really? That must be awful. Oh, look over there. There's another crewman keeping watch. And he looks enormous, even if he is sitting down. Our next one leads to the second-class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here who shouldn't. I suppose. Like people in handcuffs. Naruhodo-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought you'd be used to the ship by now. We've been at sea for 2 weeks already. Yeah, I know, but the thing is, I was inside Kazuma's trunk when I first came aboard. And ever since then, I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe. Must have been a very trying time for you. Please don't give me that pitying look. Ah, a trap for catching mice. Yeah, we have plenty of those back home in Japan, although they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait. Let me see. Yes, I think that's what it's called, cheese. Made from the milk of cows. Cheese? I wonder what that tastes like. You can't eat an Naruhodo-san, the trap will snap shut on your fingers. Really? But, I suppose you're right. You're actually gonna try it, were you? All I've had to eat for the past couple of weeks is Cosmo's leftovers. You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe. For you. My little snack for you later. What do you think this is? Very pleasing shape, isn't it? That's the emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it. Oh, an alarm. It says press only in times of emergency. It looks as though it sets alarm bells over the entire ship. Brings a vessel to a complete stop. Oh, this, what are you doing? You mustn't touch it. This is an emergency situation. Let's look at these. You know, full well that's not what the alarm is for. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse situation. I wish everything would just stop. This ship included. You have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else. Dang. This looks like a plan of the SS Buria. Goes to each deck. Look. Buria is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering. Well, it's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but how is it that such a huge lump of metal doesn't just sink to the bottom of the ocean? It's really quite simple, Naruto-san. It is? Well, consider the Japanese archipelago. I think I said that right. Islands of Japan? Yeah, they're not metal, but they're enormous lumps of earth, many, many times larger than this ship. They don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them. Well, I suppose so. Huge book on the table there, and there's a pen next to it. That looks like the ship's log. Shall we have a little look through it? Writing so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. I don't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. And nothing. No reaction at all. They might appreciate the compliment. I'm not sure that rough and ready is much of a compliment right now, not even to a sailor. Anyway, last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably that means there was nothing to report. Excuse me, but could I ask you something? You little stowaway murderer. That wasn't a good start, was it? Alright, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you. May I perhaps ask you something of you? You? Third-class lady's maid? Dang! Oh. You know, I caught the sailor on a bad day, Susato-san. I'm not a sailor. My mother gave me a name. I am senior crewman Biff Stroganoff. Oh, okay. Best thing just to avoid eye contact, I think. Mr. Stroganoff, how about this first class cabin area? Here we are in finest part of Buria's steamship. Very important persons. What sort of important persons? Government officials, kings, queens traveling in secret, many important persons. That's why I'm always guarding this place. Gosh, that's amazing. But somehow I let stupid stowaways pick you up and throw you in the ocean, but Stroganoff is not an animal. Thank you? If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Sogi's currently occupied? That's Ja. Oh, did you understand that? Kind of like da. Oh, it's da. I think it's probably Russian for yes or no. Genius. It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation. Well, sounds like there is somebody in next door cabin at least. Interesting. Yeah, it's tantalizing. Could you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Solgi's? His name is Mr. Grimsby Roylott. Very important Western gentleman. Western gentleman? Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with murder, student boy. How can you be so sure about that? Mr. Roylott is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man has no interest in the lowly student from insignificant Far East Islands. Wow, harsh. When did he come aboard? That's not your business. Oh? That sounds pretty sus to me. Yeah, how come we've never heard of this guy? This gentleman's occupied more of the first one of the curse class cabins. He must be rather important. Is that right? That is not your business. You on watch all the time, see man Stroganoff? Duh, all time. So criminals like you cannot come in or get out. I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all? Sad about Student Boy. Were you on watch last night as well? Of course. Notice anything odd at the time? Anything unusual? Pet! She's out of sun. Understand that? Really, no! I saw nothing unusual, nothing at all. You didn't hear any strange noises or sense anything was wrong in some way? I said no! Sorry. I'm not so sure. I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. This is enough. I cannot say more now. Oh. Time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin. Yes, alright. Bulkhead at second class area is staying locked at all times. You escape when lobster whistles on top of the mountain, or as English say, when the pigs fly. Yes, I understand. Good. Now we can investigate this area properly, shall we? Definitely. This is it. This is the cabin XR, is the one the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilator from which causes Samuel-san wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging. Maybe whoever's in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. No answer. We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one in there to help with our inquiries. How annoying. Ah! What was that? Came from inside the cabin. The high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman. Stand aside. I'm about to break the door down. Mr. Sholmes, shan't be stopped when the fit is on me. I revolver and kicking doors off their hinges. Please wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted. It doesn't? How the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? Like, what can I kick? I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. Who are you? A Western gentleman? This man looks Russian to me. We heard a woman scream. A woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin. This old man does appear to be the only person in here. And in that case, who just screamed? Get out, all of you, now! Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimsby Roylott, I believe. Yes, that's me. And you are... I'm the one and only, the actual Herlock Sholmes. You've heard of me, no doubt. Nope. I'm a great detective among great detectives, one who adorns the cover pocket of magazines, no less. So I assure you, you must trust me completely. Use that magazine like it's a business detective, I do not trust detectives. We just only heard a scream emanating from within these walls. There wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. Might I be so bold as to ask you to open a small traveling case? What? Don't be stupid. How can anyone fit a small trunk like that? Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not? Traveling inside one's trunk? Don't look at me. Did you see that, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah. Case just shook. Leave now, otherwise I'll call Steward. This is Kazuma's neighbor, Mr. Grimsby Roylott. No doubt about it. The strange Russian man is hiding something. Couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clues before that burly sailor returns. Well, I'd like to talk to you about something. No! Oh. I don't want to talk. Leave my cabin now. Ugh. Going terribly. Not getting anywhere here, I agree. There may be someone else who can help. Perhaps that great detective can get somewhere with Mr. Roylott. Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? You need only address me as Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Well, I was resting, of course. Resting? Indeed. I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe, also waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of direction into service. Oh. It seems that the hour is upon us now. The time has come. Am I mistaken? Well, no, actually. You're spot on. For once. Observe closely. A Russian host in the cabin, and Mr. Rolla is clearly trying to hide something. You know what is the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Why? The truth, of course. But you point out that such methods are not exclusive for the Russians. Right? Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it? Oh yes, please. Well then. What are you about to see may as well astound you. I'm about to apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction into the case. Oh boy. Could that be a more hackneyed portrayal of the dubious Russian, I ask you? What? From time to time, it occurs to me, is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness or Russian on account of his dubiousness? I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you. Or anyone. That's right, Mr. Sholmes. Those man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting, but I once read it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. Bias is the judgment. Must have complete silence. What are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that? Just as I thought. Yes, I have quite made up my mind now. We know the explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I have reached to it and contrived conclusions. What? What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you're about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? Huh? Number two, the other conclusion I've drawn. You are, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth covers with nervous touches as you realize you have been discovered. Did not. Ah! Never, hold on, I've never imagined which one of Sherlock Holmes' great deductions to my own eyes. That was a great deduction. Nothing could deceive Mr. Sholmes. The single thing to do all there is to know about a person. What? What an ineffable twaddle. Oh yes, I read about countless times the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, and now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. It's like a dream come true. I don't believe it, but all the color has drained from Mr. Roylott's face. But some of both Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right. How could you? How could I possibly know such things? You wish to say? Very well then, I shall elucidate. I'll explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. I invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. Put lady, let's work through my deductions together. Oh jeez. What the heck? Yeah. What? Why would you decide? Okay, Once again, the answers plan, we have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper, in particular, the fascinating front-page article. Which would appear you have read also, Mr. Roylott. Yeah, I saw the paper. We need no further clarification. The evidence I revealed are in an article about the revolutionary. Translation: the headline reads, Revolutionary Vilan Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. You know the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating picture before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. The future revolution, no. Vilan Bolshevik. Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand. What is happening right now? As for my second conclusion, you are at this very moment on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. The proof of this crime over there. Oh yes, Mr. Roylott. Take it unawares. People have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. Wait a second. This isn't just like a... This better not be like a skip thing, right? This better not be like a... This just skips everything. The answer we see lies at the fruit of glance. Prove your crimes just before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. The seventh thing that the case be opened and its contents laid bare. No, I refuse. Could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation. A young lady, perhaps? Don't be absurd. And what, pray, would be the identity of the young lady in the traveling case? Dear me. Now we'll soon to love a crime, are we? Your careless coup d'etat betrays you. Once again, we need only to follow the fruited glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can usually be found in this newspaper. This is the most stimulating article. Wait, is this just giving me all the answers? You can't read it. I really hope this wasn't... I hope this is just like a gag thing. This better not be like, hey, this just solved the room. Because that's ridiculous, because it literally, like, didn't let me play the game if that's the case. I better hope. Well, the stories are full of Mr. Brilliant deductions, you know. That did seem a little different somehow. Sean, should you come over here a moment? Great, what can I do for you? By your deductions, would you mind? Not at all, go on. Well, let's start with, here is the newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but... these two men look nothing like each other. Yeah, I recall our discussion earlier, and at the same time, I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary will be able to revolutionize his own appearance. In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roylott does look more like this man than you do. That's not the point. Another thing, the part about abducting the ballerina. Indeed, a truly startling revelation. First glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. No, it is too small. If you look for a 5-year-old child into that case, you pushed really hard. Not supposed to missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she? I mean, you don't know. No, the young lady's 15. No, I didn't know. How could I? How could I? Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her would be... Years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote. What? Such a sour bunch, it would be simplicity to contort oneself to the confines of that small case? Oh dear. Contortionists in the circus? Okay. Yeah, I agree with that. Your idea of maybe a little off itself, Mrs. Otto. It's just one or two keywords in his deductions that seem to let him down. I was wondering, we might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think? Switch some keywords in his deductions? Okay, good. Yes, but very tactfully. I feel sure we could do that. And let the true genius of Mr. Storm's great deduction. I just thought that was going through my own mind. This man is a lot of work. At times, I wonder how anyone puts up with me. Ha 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 ha. It's not that funny. And you, my good fellow. Sorry. Take a moment to look at your wrists. My wrists? What? Where are your handcuffs? Huh? How did... I thought they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I don't believe it. Sholmes, you're a marvel. What's up, Wings? No, this is not a speedrun. This is just epic gaming time. This is me trying to be smart time. Let's go, Wings. How you doing, my friend? I hope you're doing well. It's so good to see you. Truly a legend. If not a word, in fact, I'd rather say it like this. So, let us begin. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic of reasoning is spectacular. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Dubious looking resume, Mr. Roy, obviously what catches the eye in the first place. I know what pair of shoes in your hand. What could you possibly want with such an implement? You were on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beauty spot. I'm not sure. Would you really want to use the shears to cut out the beard? I doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. It doesn't quite sit right with me, though. Doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylett either, which means I suppose that the deduction is wrong. I'm gonna switch a keyword here, Naruto, and see if it else matters. Alright. How? I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylott. I wonder if it's really his beard that he intended to use those shears on. If you do manage to find something that seems to fit the sense of Mr. Storm's deduction better, then what? Like the rest of your capable hands, Naruto. Why am I the one to do something about this? Anyway, let's see if there's anything we
when you can
could...
just watch my stream.
Oh, my goodness. Wings coming in hot with a tier 1. Thank you so much. And of course, because of that, it means Wings, welcome back to the Sarah Squad. It's good to have you. Hope you enjoy the emotes, sub badge, all that good stuff. Welcome back. Yo, congrats on the new job. That's awesome to hear. Okay, I'm just looking at all the... So you could cut the buttons, you could cut the hat. Let's see, what's going on? We heard a scream. Oh, nice. It doesn't look like I can move around the room. If he was attempting to cut the hat, why would he cut the hat? Why would he cut the button? I feel like cutting the buttons doesn't make sense because they're already on there, so I feel like I'm gonna say the hat. Oh, hold on. You have a lot of hair. What the? What's this? It looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks. No, the color's not the point. The point is, what's it doing on the back of Mr. Rollett's head? It's like growing out from underneath his thick black hair. Well, yes, that's true. So it's stunningly beautiful and stunningly surprising. Something's definitely not right here.
Yes!
You're on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks on your sport. Indeed, you have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. This lost golden hair does not befit an old man. You're not a man, not at all. You're a woman, judging from the length and sheen of your hair. Once, so very much in her youth. Oh no. Boy, I managed to cut off my hair. No one would have suspected. The question that begs is this: why would you decide to rid yourself of those magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. The evidence reveals the article about the revolutionary. Well, that was a shock. Now the old man was a young woman in disguise as you. What? Why are you staring at me like that? Yes, it was a surprise, Naruto-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Sorry? What's up, Ford? Looks like you're in your element as you dance around reducing the facts of Mr. Sholmes. I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. Strictly business, not Yes, I understand. Say no more. Well, anyway, let's focus on this next part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, shall we? Evidence that he's picked up doesn't fit the facts at all now. No, that's true, given that Mr. Roy is actually a woman. He, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary. I suppose it's because the deduction as a whole is taking a different direction now. Yeah, let's switch the evidence for something else. Let's see that fits the facts as we understand them. Yeah, who would do this? This is interesting. Have you found something relevant, Naruto-san? Well, no, I mean, it looks like it might be interesting. I can't read a single word, I'm afraid. Nor can I, but look at this picture. This is about a beautiful young Russian princess, do you think? She is very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you? I don't know. I can't make any sense of it. I'm glad you noticed this article. Ah! Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. Oh, thank you. Pops up everywhere, Mr. Sholmes. About the disappearance of a young lady last night. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She is, of course, a talented young Nikolina Pavlova. Why are Russian names so hard to remember? It appeared the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing room. Wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth about 20,000 rubles. Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles? No idea, but I'm quite sure. Must be an unbelievable sum of money. Thousands are shining like diamonds themselves. Tiara's the property of the Novovich Ballet. Seems to be the director is beside herself with worry. Yes, I'm not surprised. Company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and the valuable tiara. They requested international assistance at all ports of sailing to Great Britain. Could this be another case of Russian fleeing his or her country? Does seem to be the Russian thing to do. I'm not even going to dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruhodo. Alright, let's... Now that we got that...
Yes!
Evidence reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right, you hit the nail on the head. Now, prima ballerina of the ballet disappears from Shanghai. It appears we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of the Novovich Ballet's prima ballerina. Miss Nikolina Pavlova. Ah! Impressive that they can speak. Oh no, they can speak Russian and Japanese. Probably hiding the tiara under there. You're right. My real name is Nina. I mean, Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. Alright, we got that. This is a very different way to do the investigation. Okay. This is good, though. Okay. I thought they were, like, trying to give me all these answers. I'm like, wait a second. No, that's my second conclusion. You are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. Prove this crime over there. Oh, yes, Matt Pavlova. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer is eagle eyes where the furtive glance falls. Prove your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, a traveling case. This woman is the ballerina and she's right in front of our eyes, so clearly she can't be inside that traveling case as well. No, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all. Which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? I can see I'm going to have to step in and fix the great detective's mistake again. You like place, Naruto-san. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around Mr. Sholmes? Stop it! There must be something else here that shows what the woman is up to. Oh, look at this dazzling tiara. I've never seen anything like it. Are those real diamonds, do you think? Oh, Naruto-san, try it on. What? Me? Isn't it usually girls who wear tiaras? Wouldn't you like to try it on? Oh, no, I couldn't possibly. It's far too beautiful. Why does this tiara look familiar? I feel like I've seen it before, or somewhere recently.
Yes!
Prove your crime and show you this tiara. The latest tiara is worn on stage by David in the Open Mix Ballet. It's not. Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in the newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be believed, it's an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you've committed is theft. Oh no. Yes, you left your ballet troupe, unlawfully taking the precious tiara with you. Ah! I have no one, no family, no friends. I'm all alone, and I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an earl of Prussia? It belongs to me. The girl was only 15 years old, and she'd run away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely. Alright, I will tell you everything. There is no point to hiding it now. Come, let's not be hasty. What? There remains one unsolved mystery about you. Mystery? What do you mean? You have stopped to refuse to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish it to remain closed. Is that no? Not so, Miss Pavlova. My dear girl, there is no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case, even before I have ever laid eyes on them. Dear me, we are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Chaos Coupe Deo betrays you. Once again, we need only to follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your is written on the books of the shelf. We have changed time with his deduction now. I think Mr. Soames is adapting his logic to the changing circumstances, don't you? Maybe, but why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all this? It's just a wild guess, surely. Well, I think so? Well, does it seem likely that the reason why this young woman doesn't want to open the case would be been written in a book that shouldn't belong to her? True, but still, Miss Paolo certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself. That's be another reason why she won't open her case, and it must have something to do in the same area where her gaze was involuntarily drawn. I agree, that's the only answer. She is hidden inside that case. She be revealed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookcase. Oh. I bet it's the rules. It breaks the rules of passage. Oops, I meant to hit present. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects. It's a pet, 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 it's a pet, it's a pet, it's a pet, it's a pet. Oh no. Oh no.
Yes!
Oh snap. You brought a pet. Yes. The reason why you'll refuse to open your case is in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in the cabin. Pets are also strictly forbidden. It's not the case of yours, it's something forbidden from carriage on this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. I have seen the trunk wobble from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous item will move on until the cord. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pebble. Inside your traveling case is a pet. Oh, he's so happy. He's so into this. Got him! Deduction complete. Elementary. Oh, let's go. Clearly, you're on who you said you were. No, I am not Grimsby Roylott. Her real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct. You were scouted during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel, which couldn't have been easy. The Bury has a huge steamship with a vast crew. Was she snuck on without notice? She was placed here. For obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman. You intended to sever all links with your path by severing your long hair. To a woman, hair is no traveling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So if it was just you about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out the scream you heard from outside the cabin? That veritable tingling of a bell? Oh, I know this young lady. I got a full set of pipes if you ask me. I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disgust myself? No one recognized me. As a result, you transform yourself into that questionable old man. I see. I put fur hat and fake beard. Then, just before I came in here, I saw it in the newspaper. Right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened. I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearance completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut all my hair out as fast as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and... at that precise moment, we walked in through the unknowingly unlocked cabin door. Things happen like that sometimes, don't they? Things do indeed happen like that from time to time. Are those two even talking about the same thing? There's one more thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? You were right. It is my dear friend inside, my only friend in the whole world. Could the pet be the whistling noise? Please don't tell anyone. Captain finds out. You say anyone with the crew. Secret to stay with us, I assure you. But in return, you must tell us in as much detail as you can muster about the events of last night. Alright, I'll tell you. Alright, wasn't it something, Mr. Sholmes' great deduction? Certainly something, yeah. We're just not really sure what, but at least Miss Pavlova agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed, it is incredible. And one more thing. Oh, yes, what? Preserve your wrists. My... Ah, your hands are cuffed again. What? But how? True to my word, I have restored your shackles. When? Why? There's still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry to say. It can't be helped at the moment. Can't it really? Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled band that Kazuma-sama wrote about his diary really was. Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to this one last night? One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died, he was a friend of mine. Oh, that's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example. Perhaps people talking? Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest? Perhaps its steam engine exploded? Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that had happened? Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that was happening around me. I see. You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovich Ballet? Yes. I'm traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. I'll never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life. You wish to forget? A challenging proposition. When you have that striking tiara as a reminder. That tiara is mine. I needed to live. I have no money of my own. The Novovich Ballet gives us only a little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself? Yes. The crew of the ship. They've all been kind to me. They let me come on board. They said I could hide in this cabin. That is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova. It's a most intriguing conundrum. Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo? Me? Oh, well, yes, of course. It was your Miss Pavlova's explanation to what conundrum, I'm not sure, but... Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, the SS Buria stopped by no port last night. Ah, that's it, of course. So how is it, pray, that you came to be aboard? Now that I think about it, the crewman outside the cabin was acting strangely when we mentioned that. Just after we asked him about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard. Not your business. Yeah, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something. An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage. Sorry, what was that? It's how the Russian newspaper described one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens, because I am an angel. What? Well, that is certainly cryptic. Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. Mr. Sholmes once said, I never can resist a touch of the dramatics, and Pavlov is the same. A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself. A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement of the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, in fact. Yeah, Mr. Showy, anyway. Why isn't she gonna tell us? No, Freddy, you badgers are your traveling gates, is that right? I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage. Oh, please, don't tell any of the crew that they found my precious. The burly Russians would bestir themselves to unison to throw you and your case overboard, no doubt. Ah! So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes. What sort of pet is your friend? Little puppy? Isn't it? The bird. A little rabbit? Aha, you credit. Person doesn't land with small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't they have small rabbits there then? Maybe we'll ask. I have no idea. Feature miserable bunglers becomes to understand the nature of young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken! Really? Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs. Whenever adversity strikes, it can satisfy the needs of sustenance. You'd eat your friends. I'll remember that. Although it would appear this friend's identity is a close to God's secret not to be revealed. Ha 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 ha. This is the diary of my friend who passed away. His diary? Yes, and he wrote in it last night before he died something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m. I could hear a faint whistling sound. Then a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m., what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? I don't understand. It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions joins to this cabin, you see? It's up there on the wall. In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh. Miss Pavlova, has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps? No. I don't know anything. Oh. Excuse me, Mr. Roylott? Yes, what? Wow, she's fast. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once, please. Alright, I will come now. What? You must leave now. Oh no, it's fine. Don't mind us. Yes, please don't worry about yourself, Mr. Roylott. Get out! Passengers sit out, you want me to throw you out? We'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later. What a pity. We lost our chance, having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin. We were unceremoniously chased out. Dang it! Oh, rip. Oh, did I mess up? I wonder if I could have explored it. I didn't try to. Alright, we're gonna save our progress and then we're gonna keep going a little bit longer. I'm not gonna go as long as I did last time. Well, the game let me progress, so I must have done everything okay. I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. I wish we'd managed to find some clue as to what speckled band might be. Didn't manage to investigate at all. I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past it. Sailor guarding the door. Barely glaring at us as if to say, don't even think about it. Wait a minute. What is it? Oh, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Oh yes, he's completely disappeared. When did he do that? Took away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists. Really wish you'd have looked around Miss Powell's cabin. What? Why you look like that? You want something? Hmm? Maybe you want me to throw you out again? Hmm? Oh, no, definitely not that. Next time to throw you out, I show you where lobsters spend winter. Understand? Understand. He's not gonna forget my face. Village is the second class area. It's locked. I can't open it. No, well, that stands to reason. I want to let the murderer escape. Yeah, you gave me a stern look when she said that. Look on top of the table, there really is huge. There's a pen with it too. Yeah, I'm sure that's the ship's log. We have a little look through it. I think we already read this. Mostly blank, huh? That's dumb. Already looked at that. Got all of it. So my guess is we'll have to go back into this room. First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin. Not our cabin. It's Kazuma-sama's. Sorry? Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin. You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? As small as the wardrobe I've been calling home. Anyway, wonder if Inspector Hasanaga's has managed to uncover any new clues. Yes, we should probably find him and ask. Oh, sorry. I haven't played Ace Attorney in a little while. I can't go in there. Go in here. Looks like they're still investigating in here. Yes. On that subject, I wonder if Inspector Hasanага is unscathed. What do you mean, unscathed? Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruto-san? Do you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you. Oh, yeah. I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. Never know. Oh, jeez, he looks beat up. Oh, you're bad. Inspector! What happened to you? Your face is... Oh, please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches. Maybe by a bear, maybe. When I told the captain I'd given you permission to investigate. I mean, he pulled me with his fist and tossed me overboard. What? Pulling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. It was nothing, really. I think he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin. Yes, I understand. Oh? Bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Sherlock Sholmes. I don't think there was German, though. That explains it. We compare notes, then. We can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it. Nicolina Paola? She's in the cabin next door? Oh, do you know who she is? Please, what was so respected ballet fan? What is this great angel? Ahem. Good to think I upset him there. Well, that tells the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case at least. Oh, how? Angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? No, I'm definitely upset him. Yeah, I think you forgot the first trial there, bud. If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. There is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, what? Yeah, do tell us. Cause of death, I'm guessing. What is this new information you have, Inspector? It's this. Buria's medical officer has finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report. Oh, Kazuma's post-mortem report? Kazuma-sama. What was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae. It's what's written in the report. His neck was broken? Yes, it would seem so. There are no obvious wounds or other signs of injury, so at first I think they were considering poison. Turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? Nothing has been found as yet. The fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. I see. All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact on the neck could induce death. Wow. Poor Kazuma. Second copy of the report. It might be useful. You're welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. Oh, Asanaga is so cool! After all, if I didn't trust you, I never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place. Would I? Wow. Mr. Sholmes was here, was he? Yes. Seemed to have been enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now you mention it, yeah, just one thing, but he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish, was all he said. Shoe polish? Shoe polish. But how can Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is it? So, well, Kazuma-san was wearing leather shoes with a very dark hue. Dark tan, a sort of dark brownish red then. A little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him. Oh. Does this mean that this mark was made by polish on Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed on the floor? But how could that be? Does this mean the body was moved? Because it looks like it scraped that way. This is weird. Poor Inspector, you look exhausted. Oh no, well... I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. He was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. Truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke this morning. A heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too. I think there's something with the food. Carlos spent his final moments writing his diary. Whistling sound, and then a speckled band. Wow. Kazuma-san left us a valuable clue in these words, I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery, Naruhodo-san. We will. These letters were written with the ink that was somehow spilled on the floor when they spelled the Russian word for wardrobe. Does seem to be an unambiguous pointer to you, Naruto-san, if you were sleeping in there. But to be truly unambiguous, it should have just spelled my name, don't you think? Well, either way, one fact remains. But imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written his last words or a word in Russian. Begs the question of who did write it. A Russian. Probably the Russian crewmate bringing food. So this ventilator joins them as Pavlova's cabin. Yes, that's right. And just a few minutes before he died, Kazuma saw something emerging from it, the speckled band, as he described it. If only Miss Pavlova would be able to shed some light on if he's as Pavlova as we are. Yeah, is she telling us everything, though? I'm not sure. I know most people bored would say the same thing about me, but there was something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. Books provided for passengers. Neatly arranged. They're all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember. Oh, yes, and you tidied them up. You have to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabins leads to damage, but it really wasn't me who knocked them over. Anyway, I've been watching now that they're all neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are untidy. It really is a beautiful color, this glass. Look at whatever it has broke clean into, and the other half is nowhere to be seen. And there's the brick-colored mark, which is shoe polish, according to the great detective you seem to know all about. Must be from Kazuma-sama's shoes. Maybe, but what I'd like to know is, how can the detective be so sure that it's shoe polish, not something else? He's a great detective, of course. That's hardly a reason, is it? You, where did you go? Oh, sorry, I just went to the next door cabin and invested. Why? Who gave you permission for this? Well, Shimen Hasanaga did. You're Japanese, was it? Later, I will roll him into the bowl and throw him into the cold room. Ooh, got back to guarding the door. Must Mr. Hasanaga has found something too much trouble on our account. He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at La Carnival. It could be a very long time from now, Naruto-san. Yeah. Hi, Cinder. Thank you for the double love. I appreciate it. How are you doing? Alright, we got the rules of passage. Dangerous objects and pets are forbidden. We have a dangerous object in here. Called her friend, didn't she? Yes, although we don't know what form this friend takes as yet. Well, certain that whatever it is, it's inside the traveling case in her cabin. A friend. More to this than it seems, I think. The crewmate helped force the door open. This bowl had been firmly closed. Quite a small bowl, not sturdy. Alright, we already went through this. It's okay. I'm glad you're doing great today, Cinder. Let's go. Look, Naruto-san, Shimen Stroganov is gone. Strong enough? Early Russian soldiers always come something clear to us. All these Russian names are impossible to remember. Tra la la. You hear that? Like someone's singing. Tra la lira lira lay. I did it the great detective way. It's caroling. I know that lark-like voice. Never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us. Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's go into the cabin and investigate. Yeah, we don't want stringing it. Yo, what's up, Escrunt? We're doing good. We're doing good. Let's get in there. Oh my gosh, things happen. Oh, a lot changed. Miss Pavlov is not back yet. Susato-san? Oh, where's she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things. There's not a moment to waste our time. We must investigate as quickly as we can. I suppose you're right. Cosmo's sake. Not just for Cosmo-sama. What do you mean? Can't be long now until you're live at the port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? Must solve this case, Naruhodo-san. By ourselves if we have to. Yes, we will. Aw, she's believing in us. No, it connects to Cosmo's cabin next door. Yes, although what a fool a shipbuilder must be to open the ventilator in another room. Maybe it's so that if there's a gas leak next door, that I can go to the cabin without noticing the alarm. Occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. That is a possibility. Anyway, last night, Cosmo wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. Naruhodo-san, where are you there? Sorry, I'm right here, yeah? Why? Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home. Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know? Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. Full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. Probably my famous Pavlov's friend, but no such luck. The case is open. It's empty. But according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there. Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret. You're not allowed to bring animals aboard. I wonder what kind of animal she had in there, like a bird. More to the point. Where is it now? All the books are toppled over together. Look, every single one. You think that's a god of the sea, perhaps? It's toppled too, though. It's the same with the bookcase next door. It's Cosmo's cabin. Perhaps. This has allowed us practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase? I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company? Alright then. Must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage. Not everything bad that happens to the ship is because of me, you know. Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again here too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. It looked like it was put there deliberately. Oh, do you think there could be a leak in the roof around here? A leak? Is this a ship quite safe? I'm sure that even if there's a little leak in the roof, doesn't mean that the whole ship's gonna sink. No, you're right. Of course you're right. She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? Probably a plate for her animal to eat off. But seems the teapot is empty. So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are a very thirsty people. Or because Miss Pavlova came to this cabin last night, she hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet. I mean, could be either. It's definitely they're excessively thirsty. I lay 1,000 to 1 on it. You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruhodo-san? I suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket. Well, let's have a look and see what's been thrown away. Naruhodo-san. It's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know. Oh, those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. We're hanging out on a boat. I mean, we're investigating. I guess you could say the case is on the boat. Special circumstances. Exactly, we have no choice. There's hardly anything in here at all. Oh, well, that's a little disappointing. Alright, a few books on the desk. Nothing else by the looks of it. Yeah, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She's hardly occupied at the cabin at this time. That's true. I wonder what kind of book she likes to read. Let me see. Yes, I see. We're seeing that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading. Or Pavlova. Books written in Russian. Thanks. I think I probably already knew that. It's rude as much of people in Naruto, I kindly remember that. We're still angry, are we? There's one of these next to the bed in Cosmos cabin, too. Yes, it's a bell cord. I can't resist. He barely hesitated. She gave it a good tug, too. Oh, I didn't actually expect him to come. We don't want him to. We're trying to investigate in secret. Ah, yes. The cabin deal. The SS Bureau's rules of passage. Passengers will not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabin. Pets are also strictly forbidden. I keep saying Pavlova realized that she needed to keep the contents of her case a secret after she read this. Her special friend. I wonder where her friend has disappeared to now. It's probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. I just hope Seaman Stroganoff doesn't find it and throw it overboard. Oh, yeah, so do I. This cabin door has the same simple sort of bolted latch that our cabin door had. Bolts drawn across, there's no way anyone could enter the cabin from outside. Yes, it's not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across its own accord, would it? No, the door is made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magic and it's unbolted from the outside. Seals up perfectly, too. Stop any seawater coming in. Couldn't use this method you told me of passing a thread through a crack around the closed door, either. I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me. Do we have to go outside, perhaps? I think I've investigated everything I can in here. Supposed to go back to Cosmos cabin. Oh. I wonder... Oh, never mind. I thought maybe the animal went for it. Ah. Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes. Look, wow, you never know where he's going to turn up next, do you? I need to get some water real quick. I will be right back. Ooh-wee. Alright. Man, these investigations are taking the sweet time, which is totally fine. I don't mind this. This is all good. He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. I did it the great detective way. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us? Oh, he's simply in extremely high spirits. Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, when there was doubt, it's lucky her luck was about. Excuse me. I solved it all and I stood tall. I did it the great detective way. Mr. Holmes! Ah! What is it? You want to fight him? Honestly, you never did the ponies scene. The climatic finish. Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now is as good a time as any. I very nearly jumped you to the floor with one of my famous red hooks. All right, I get the picture. I could put you. Could you put those fists away? Mr. Sholmes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you. Yes, that. I was immersed in study of the ship's log as penned by the Stockley-built crewman who's usually on guard here. Oh yes, the ship's log. Did you find anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means that there was nothing to report, nothing of note happened here. So, ha 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 ha. You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Ha ha ha. Sorry? Your logic, my boy, is inverted. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Observe the other pages and all shall become clear. But it seems that the same crewman off-stands sentry in this first-class passage. It is an almost religious practice requiring nothing to report every half hour. Oh, and he writes it in every 30 minutes? Nothing to report. Precisely, put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report where there is just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report. Do you mean... Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night in which led the seaman being absent from his post. What kind of circumstances? What happened? We had to go to the second-class cabin. That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribbling nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. I agree. I agree. Her log is actually clutch this time. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. You're starting to understand what my way is, I see. What makes Sholmes, Sholmes? Blitz! Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ooh, ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more. Third person to admit that. Well, my friends, until the next encounter... He's still singing to himself. You can hear as he wanders down the passageway. Something raunches out, son? You seem lost in thought. It's just, well, I feel the same. Sorry? Ever since I woke up this morning, I've had something of a headache. A sort of continuous throbbing. Oh, you too? Fourth person. Well, obviously, there's something going on here. Ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling! Ah, what's that? Shut down the engines immediately, vessel. Sighted a quarter mile 4. Full stop, hard to starboard. All hands raised for impact. What the? I think we're about to crash into another ship. What? I can't stand. Stop, son. Hold on to me. Wah! What just happened? Suzazu, you already? You injured at all? I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruhodo-san. Oh my gosh. Looks like we avoided a collision, I think. Yes, your ship has come to a stop. Oh Oh, Chris, what about you, Naruto-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Hello, is anyone in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like Dr. Hasanaga. Is that you in there, Naruto-san? Bolt the door quickly. What? The bolt? Oh my gosh. Did you do that, Suzawa-san? No, I didn't touch it. Well, that's strange. How did... And look at all the books. They're just like they were before again. Naruto-san, are you going to open the door and let the inspector in? Did the ship crash last night? Did everyone just hit their head because the ship crashed? I assumed it was the food. Theory. The ship crashed, or the ship stopped while everyone slept and hit their head? Or the food did it? Our final emergency step has solved one mystery at least, in a very vivid way. But I knew that what was awaiting us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around tying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. Gosh. Oh, I should stop. I should stop. I'm not gonna stop. There's no way I can stop, right? I kind of want to keep going. I kind of want to keep going. I really want to keep going. We're going to keep going. Oh, I shouldn't do this. I don't want to do... I shouldn't do this. I shouldn't do this. I'm going to do it. Okay, we're going to do it. Okay, we're going to keep going. We're going to go for another half hour or so. Oh my gosh. We're in Miss Pavlov's cabin. Or Pavlova! Somehow the door of the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Suzawa-san took a deep breath and gently slid back the bolt. What are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? You both look unhurt. Good. Yes, we're fine. Thank you. What on earth happened? Heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. Oh, how did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything is chaos. Passengers screaming, crew running everywhere. This first class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. I see. Someone triggered the alarm? Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside? Ah! You wicked intruder! Dressed all in black, you are the devil! Sorry, me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is a first. You opened my traveling case, how could you? What? No, we didn't touch it! That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector? Yes? Arrest this man. I know he did it. He is a criminal. Is it not enough that he just killed a man? Duh, and he has a story as well. Vixen promises not to shoot chicken, do you believe? Take him away. He's a trespasser as well as everything else. Stowing away. Trespassing. Killing. She is right. You are devil. Doesn't look good, does it? There is cell below deck. Throw him in. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. Let me give you straight to police. Wait! A cell? Hasanaga, is there nothing you can do? This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. This is terrible. This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately. What? What do you think you're doing? Wow, everyone's attacking me. I was just starting to think she was my friend. I was trying to call for assistance. Isn't that what the bell is for? Isn't the bell for assistance? Okay. No, I don't think I can just wait. Miss Pavlova, can I get out? Listen, I'm sorry that we snuck in here without your permission, but get out now. We just needed to investigate you to help understand what happened. Oh my. It's no use. She's not going to listen. I need to find someone who will. Just give me a little more time. I do nothing for you except show you the way to ship's prison cell. Thanks, but no thanks. I'm innocent. I didn't kill anyone. And trespassing and stowing away. Well, you know, sometimes life can lead you down some unusual avenues, and well, enough. You are guilty. Ship's cell is the only place fit for you. Come on, there should be someone. Some savior. You got yourself into a difficult situation here. Entering this cabin uninvited, I mean. Sorry, I was just so desperate to find a clue. I'm afraid there's really nothing more I can do to help you. If I push my luck any further, a punch to the face will be the least of my worries. I'm really sorry. I had to take responsibility for giving you the freedom to investigate Miss Pavlov's cabin. Now this has happened, I'll have to report to the captain at once. I really need some help here. I need a savior. What the? What are you doing up there? Mr. Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective, it is my business to know what other people do not? This isn't some mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no, no. Well, why were you hanging from that hook before then? Isn't it obvious to properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles? Naturally, determine if you could bend the conceited looking hook on the wall, so full of brag and bounce. I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. You again, the great detective. Ah, Inspector, I confess, I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. What is your report? Speak. An urgent report from a great detective can mean only one thing. Yes, the case of the curious murder that took place last night here on this vessel, the steamship Buria, has been solved by me, naturally. What? Really? Yes, I have eliminated all the possibilities. No other explanations exist. Allow me to illuminate all of your minds. I'm about to reveal my great detective, greatly admired, great deductor. Oh boy. Oh boy, here it comes. You solved it? Even Hedgehog understand this case. I don't know who was responsible for killing student boy this morning. We found criminal in wardrobe. This is stowaway, and he had handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it. Trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin. Yes, it's what it's called, the locked room mystery in detective stories. Locked room, that is point. The room was locked. Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin. You are all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. What? Oh, yes. There is another entrance. An entrance used last time by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Why, gapes open mouth they're using as we speak. Ventilator man. Ventilator? Ha 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 ha. You think this funny? I cannot even put arm through that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. You're suggesting the culprit entered and left the cabin through that tiny opening? It's not possible. But it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean? I referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary. 1:23 a.m., I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m., what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Precisely, my dear madam. What does it mean? What is a speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? There's a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What am I about to expose for you all to see? You should get your cores. Behold! Yeah, hi, what the? Oh, it's a pet snake. Allow me to introduce you all to the band, the speckled band. A snake? I guess we did see this at the beginning of the episode. Indubitably. Oh, so my guess is that what we saw at the beginning of this chapter was the excerpt of a story from this chapter. This guy's really taking it well. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Hey, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? Looks more strippy, wouldn't you say? Or stripy. Yeah, you're right. I think in this case, you'd have to call it the Stripe Band, wouldn't you? You both see and observe with distinction, however. Do you not think that is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall? Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap? How exactly? Now that brings us time to explain the intricacies of my train of thoughts. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? I'm sorry for the young man who died. That is all. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. There are two conclusions I've drawn from the facts. Number one. Last night, your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. Ah! And number two. That same friend was responsible for the victim's losing his life. No! He's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. Holmes must be right. He's hit the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asogi? Only he can't speak with that snake coil around his head. I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long run in your neck. Here, are they going to suggest that the snake suffocated? Sherlock Holmes is proud to present. Oh boy, logic and reasoning spectacle! That has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. You cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that saw into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Well, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? As I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent he sees before us. Yet that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question was speckled band, whereas, regrettably, this specimen's marking does not fit the description anyway. What's basically of prey? What was the setup of me on the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. It has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now. Hidden behind your back. Yes, not what you are trying, but failing to conceal. The snake's slow skin. And then, does a subtle and horrible crime this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin? No? I don't know what you're talking about. Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, then Speckle from Flipper next door. Using the bell cord on the other side of the bridge, we silently descended into the victim's quarters. The dim light, it appeared that the young gentleman would lose his life as a speckled band. He must have gotten up, though. This is weird. In summary, the nature of the trend of yours which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime is a rare breed of snake whose markings change each time it saws its skin. Snake so dreadful, we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. A beloved speckled snake. Alright, moving on. We'll come to the heart of the matter. Grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life and why? According to this data, which I have been appraised, it would appear that there are no visible signs of injury. Ooh. And man, this is very dramatic. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's skin will be explained by a terrible venom. Now, take that as fact. You can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh, could there be? An examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of the death conclusively. The almost but not quite imperceptible puncture wounds, but the venomous there the vestiges seem to provide your terrifying friend. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? Now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right, you hid the evidence that links to the victims at the traveling case. The first man in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your separate assassin was restless inside, no doubt. You don't. It's time that the victim made note of a low whistling sound that he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you had used to train your serpent friend? To train? Indeed, you put the serpent through the ventilator and wait for the period summoned it back with a whistle. You couldn't know the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signals of life signs of life next door. The victim appeared to not have been dispatched. You'd release the snake once more. Because the snake has undergone such training? It's not true. Having slipped through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in at once. I hardly disagree with that. My logic is infallible, he says. I can say one thing to that. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of the Speckled Band. I was like, Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor, you will observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature. Incredible, you solved the mystery. Amazing, your great detective lives up to his name. I see now why Sherlock Holmes becomes such a household name. My dear man, there's nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes? But, of course, what's on your mind? It's just, about your deductions before, some things don't quite make sense to me. I welcome questions into my method, and will answer both loudly and proudly. Well, good. First of all... Snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family. Oh, well informed, madam. And reptiles don't drink milk. Ah! It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward. No, madam, no doubt, Miss Pavlov. Use some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. It was merely an example. The logic holds. Well, there's something else. Snakes have no ears. Yeah, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal to a snake by whistling. But madam, what of the tales from Arabia? You know, heard of the snakes that dance to the sounds of flute. I think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements. Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears? These creatures are so inept they're practically useless. I'll take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes. There's one other thing. You have more? Snakes use the scales and the bills to propel themselves. So I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bill cord like that in these cabins. Then it should try harder. Then it should try harder. Please don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons. But it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had any part in this. Wow. I think you need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh no, you don't mean... Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest seductions and turn them into the great ones they ought to be. I had a feeling that was coming. Oh, that means the handcuffs come off! Let's go! That's what I was waiting for. Mr. Naruhodo, yes, right. So cast your eyes down to your wrist again. What? Done it again! The handcuffs are gone. Where did they go? You're not. I shall see they're restored after our work is done. I really wish you'd leave them off. Now, everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logical reasoning spectacle or spectacular, whatever it is. Hold it, mister. Hold it! Time to do a course correction. Miss Pavlov, you claim the fun. Oh wait, I'm not gonna read this again. Gotta save my voice. Oh. Judges Kazuma's death is weighing heavily on her mind, but you're not sure Mr. Sholmes has read her quite correctly, is that it? Could there be some way to interpret her expression then? Let's take a moment. Really look closely at Miss Pavlov. Or Pavlova. Ooh.
Yes!
What's up, Haspar? Bro, they killed my homie. I'm pissed. I knew it was coming. I was like, dude, they're gonna do the same thing they did in Ace Attorney 1. I was so sad. When you cause horror events, this claw scratch smarts with pain. Indeed, and simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Powell, did you in fact receive that scratch sometime last night? Kazuma is great. I think about the young man who died next door. I feel so sad. And when I am sad, the pain from his wound is worse. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you reported this vessel, was it not? As I suspected, another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent that sees before us. Seems like the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlov's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet of which claws might grow. Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers? Should follow our gaze in our sign. That's where we'll find the answer. Kitty.
Yes!
What? No, it's the... What spectacular could drive logically to this mindless conclusion? Oh no. Oh no. This is Maestro Mr. Naruhodo. Oh no. No! Alright, that's fine. I almost went the whole episode with that one. Wait. Sorry, I saw a picture of the cat. That looks like a picture of a cat. Wait a second. Oh, look at the photograph in this frame. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away. She's exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? Yes, that's true. But personally, it's a little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. Maybe we better take a closer look at this. Are you kidding me? Bro, everyone... Okay, so far, the only things I've gotten wrong are 2 misclicks, 3 things I didn't realize how a mechanic worked, and then oh my gosh, I was right, but it's still a blunder, bro. That's so stupid. Dude. Are you kidding me? I mean, I guess it is a blunder, but it's like I saw the cat, I'm like, it's the cat. Whatever. Yes, a scratch on the back of your hand makes it abundantly clear. Oh no. The whereabouts of the black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Then why is there a snake? Darka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind. Darka would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, the fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations and that question of spectacular bad. Whereas, regrettably, this specimen's marking does not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was the sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. It's nothing to do with me. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, even behind your back. Yes, is that what you are trying and failing to conceal the snake's sloshed skin? Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. Weird. She just left it in her pocket. No one would have ever known. Oh yes, plays like that are Mr. Stone's specialty. He's ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something. I thought deduction was a specialty. Maybe making me believe that it was a ploy too. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that's the skin of a snake. In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? Oh, is that the cat? Is that just a straight up cat? What is it? Seems to be soft and fluffy. A long piece of cloth of some sort. That looks like a handle I wanted. I think it may be a cat's toy. Oh my gosh, how is that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase the band around a pod, and kittens in particular love that sort of play. I need to wave it in front of them, and they pounce and catch it. Haha, that sounds positively adorable.
Yes!
Oh my gosh, did she shake the cat toy and have the cat go through? That's crazy. Yes, the thing you are trying but failing to conceal is a cat's toy. Resized in the tree nature of the infamous speckled band. Ah, it's a cat toy. Interesting. And it was this toy you dangled through the ventilator. You wait around and I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can only be one answer to that. To get his attention? After her feline friend disappeared with the ventilator, he found him to use the speckled cat toy to get it back. Oh my gosh. So it went through on accident? The nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which was last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka. Oh my gosh, it went into the cabin. So she dangled that to get it back. He saw it. I truly thought was feeling young Darka is proving to be. He must be caged once found. You will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. Wow. Wonder where did the snake come from? So after I gave her food last night, that's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Darka, she was so naughty. So I think what happened is that the ship stopped, gave everyone a knock on the head, and then the lock opened, maybe? Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I have been appraised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. Did she hit the emergency stop? I hope not. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. No objection. Mr. Solmes says it's true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Cosmo's body. That's right, but Mr. Solmes seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Cosmo wasn't poisoned. Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now.
Yes!
In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah, yes, I knew it was one or the other. His neck was... Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. G-Man, strong enough isn't some moral freak, you know. Jury is out. Anyway, we have a good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as facts, you can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of the death conclusively. Cosmo died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something or someone. Yes, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found, though. Presumably Darka didn't suddenly creep up behind Cosmo and deal him a fatal blow. I suppose it's possible that he had a fall and he hit his head on the... He could have had a terrible act of misfortune that broke his neck completely by accident. Yes, a bad fall could explain it. Rather hard to believe that broke Cosmo's Salmon, though. He wasn't a clumsy man. We need to fix the seduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened? Mark on the floor. Did he trip and fall?
Yes!
There's no way the ship just stopped and he fell and died. That would be awful. I mean, it is awful regardless. Examination of the mark on the floor. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish. Shoe polish? Indeed. Positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results. The undeniable ingredients for shoe polish. Oh. And the color of the polish was a perfect match to the color of Mr. Sogi's lace leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at some point on the floor and tripped. Please no. And by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life. Don't tell me you pushed the emergency stop. I don't know. I don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? How about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Sogi lost his life? Oh, you did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. Now your voluntary glass betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right, you hid the evidence in relation to the victims of that traveling case? I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and now he's no more? It can't be true. I refuse to accept it. I know it's hard to believe, but part of the report does seem to suggest that's what happened. And if this part of Mr. Storm's abduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she just cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Well, let's have a good look around. The answer must... Okay, so like... Miss Pavlova hit her friend. That's right. And it wasn't a snake after all. No, it was that little kitten she calls Darka. Not that it's anywhere to be seen now. Ninja let itself out of the case and got exploring. Expected to wrap itself around someone's head somewhere, trying to make a new friend. Either that or it's scratching their hand to pieces. The point is, where has it got to? Fingers will drop 20,000 rubles here. It hasn't been dropped, Naruto-san. It's been placed. Sorry, the sun. I'm trying to sound like the great detective. This is a waste paper basket. Perhaps all the first class cabins have them. Miss Pavlova only started occupying this cabin late last night. There's not much rubbish in there yet. Oh, what's that? Broken piece of glass, isn't it? Yes, it is. Oh my gosh. Wow. Okay, I want to make sure it's not like it's in here.
Yes!
Hopefully it's not. That's right, you hid the evidence linked to the victims in that waste paper basket. Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. One that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely, we found another piece of broken glass on the floor of Mr. Sogi's cabin. As you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. Oh no. So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of this glass object, which is evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in the waste paper basket in your cabin? Ah. Well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not? Oh, it's to call the kitten. Oh, it's the bell for the cat. I don't know, is that hushed Russian accent of yours? Won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in the question. What? Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The evidence linking Miss Pavlova and the little glass bell. Yeah, that would be...
Yes!
If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from Darka's collar, the very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. Did he trip over the cat and the cause of that fateful stumble? The absent feline friend, Darka. Are you serious? That can't be the case. I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. Wait, how did she know that's the case? This doesn't feel right. This can't be right. He tripped over a cat and broke his neck? Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us what happened last night. It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. She was so fast, she disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. And that is how you acquire the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it? Yes. And I read the rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Darka with me. Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. Precaution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It's very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping. At that point, you thought I'd say to try to lure the kitten back again? By dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator and into the adjoining cabin. Rebecca always loved this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return. The faint whistling was Miss Pavlov trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. Yes. So there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then... I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out and then... Oh, it was such a dreadful bang. And afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. Kazuma was. This is not right. From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping. However... it was already off balance. Speaking of the kitten afterwards. In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator. Darka is nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case. Now she's disappeared again. Gracious, that cat is insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself, at least. When I woke up this morning, I heard that a young man in the cabin next door to mine had died, but I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back. Hold up a minute. What about the snake? You're right, where is it? The snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it and where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board the ship? Oh, I didn't say? Snake is my friend. His name is Pirosko. What? What? That snake belongs to you? He escaped from cage when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I didn't expect to find him in here. Yeah, how did that snake into this cabin? But animals aren't permitted on board. Ha! We were at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friend, without someone who understands. Then you find someone a little more human who understands you better. Oh, my dear burly fellow. A gargantuan venomous snake? Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. No venom. Heroesical does not have venom. He is harmless, very long, but very gentle. He is adorable, like Granny. It's venomless? Yes. Now he is hungry, so he's in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see big smile. You feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Ah, like they say, milk, chickens. Ridiculous. Saints that drink milk only stupid stories. Hero's skull eats mouses, big fat round mouses. Ah. Oh, so is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for? Of course. I was gonna catch my friend's favorite food. Nothing's to stop with the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. Refuses to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle. It can't climb up a bell cord. And it's not even venomous. Something so inept land a straight roll. It's not my fault. I do not make up stories. Mr. Pirosco has nothing to do with the incident. What's up, Nova? So that's what happened? That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. This can't be right. There's something else. There's something wrong. Miss Pavlova. I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. Please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. But you're tired of Miss Mikotoba. What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. Just a series of unfortunate events. An accident. I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, and I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it. I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh? I'm only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. Distraction? I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Ah, not again. When did you do that? Just as you're on your way as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours, was he not? Yes. Cosmo was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom, even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever that may be. The key to this is a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. The truth about how you really died. What the scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. So then, shall we begin? Yes. This is epic music. What shall I ponder first? As the victim has lost his life in the cabin, was that was bolted from the inside? Was that truly an unfortunate accident, or was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first instance. We've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed into the cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes. It's still an accident. Wait, let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense that that's really what happened. Does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. It's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlov's story here. The evidence is right there in Cosimo's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Really? Let's show our hand, Mr. Naruto. The evidence. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident.
Yes!
I believe it's the crime scene photo. The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Sogi could have left this message on the floor. The script? It's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written means a wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language, Japanese in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian. It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. That doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry, what do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There is no way that Mr. Sogi could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Instant death. Ah! Which means after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't possibly have written anything because he was already dead. Not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Sogi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there if what Miss Pavlov told us was true. What? So Susato-san knows it too, then. Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves this was no accident. In other words... let's see... I believe it's the mark. I think it's the mark.
Yes!
This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor, that's the glass belt the kid around its neck. We already know about that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. Very satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, there's a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? If that's really what happened, then how did one half of the belt end up back in here in this cabin? Ah. Yes, remember that we found the other half of the glass belt in that waste paper basket? Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh no. Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Sogi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. That same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth in order to cover up his or her own guilt. Yes, there's someone else present in Mr. Sogi's. You are wasting time. Someone else was there? Duh, of course, we know this. What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. Oh, yes. The only other person that came with the Jensen guy was you. It's true. I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I could have left that message. No, not would have. There's no way you could have left that message, to be precise about the details. Would you mind? Ha 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 ha. Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. And then, the same person picked up the broken glass belt that had fallen to the floor for fear of becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Sogi really died. Why wasn't this person taking all the pieces of the bell? Even half behind was always going to raise questions. Yes, well, just past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning, the cabin would have been quite dark. A single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would barely have cast any light onto the floor there. Little wonder then that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item. You all suspect me, don't you? G-Man Stroganoff? Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of a strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills and she went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on this ship, a member of ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal. So that's it. You say when Dungeon Side Nina was there in the cabin? That is not possible. I give my tooth. Well, this is almost interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How could you be so sure? You are a great detective. You should know. Look truth in eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into the cabin. Not Nina, nor anyone. They want me to tell Killer could walk through locked doors. Yeah, it's impossible. He's right. But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread around door latches so they can open and close them from the outside. Thread? Are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors. Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel. Not a gap in sight. No threads, no needles, or magnets could have been used. No, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruto suggested it earlier, so... How can you shit to me like that? Seaman strong enough is a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, you can see the traces of the methods I have in mind we've been using before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? A way to shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside. One way does spring to mind, yes. Do you really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, and so should you, because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have. So, do you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Point to the telling signs of the method that was used to the side, across from the outside. Okay, I don't have anything lighting up. So I just have to straight up guess. So here's what I'm thinking. I think it's just going to be... First off, Nova, don't give me any tips. Second of all, I'm going to believe that it's this. It could be the I think it's going to be this. This is it. This shows how it was done. It certainly shows how something was done. I concur. In fact, it's an excellent way to show how easy it is to jump to the wrong conclusion. Oh? But I truly just way to show the bolt. Oh. Yeah, but you said don't overthink it. So when I'm giving speculation about I think it's this or this, you say don't overthink it. It makes me think that one of my things is right. Yeah, I do. Oh, I see. Okay, is it meant to be the bookcase? The book's falling over?
Yes!
Look at the bookcase there. Okay. Yeah, but I don't want those kinds of hints even. See all the books and things that toppled over? That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. I believe, yes, it's what known as the force of inertia acting on the objects. Is there nothing Susato-san doesn't know? That isn't in her book at least? Well, whatever it's called. The same force that pushed over those books in the bookcase also made something else in this cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. It's very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship was made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before. We hadn't bolted the door. But then... Hello? Is anyone in there? Shout out if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hasanaga. Oh, yes. That's it. When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and blocked the door. It's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of inertia. Are you trying that say that last after Mr. Sogi was killed? The SS Berea made an emergency stop. When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments, it was almost as if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over. Yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I? Then when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like in Mr. Asogi's cabin. Oh my. Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Are you out of mind? You say Berea made an emergency stop? It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room. Oh, it is simple enough. Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm? Oh yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there? Telling you only to press the button in times of emergency. On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Wait, it was you? When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. Emergency alarm bell rings, and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it did a little earlier today. Oh my gosh. Bro, that's super sus, but also like galaxy brain. Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. He almost sounds proud of himself. How dare you mess with ship? I report you to Captain. You in much trouble now. Now, I'm sure all that can wait until later. Let's not overlook the fact that we have now learned a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts in the cabin doors slide close. So, what we must now consider... Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asogi, did this ship make an emergency stop, or did it not? You are idiots! Koryo is a huge ship with many passengers. If we make an emergency stop even in the middle of night, there would be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea. Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. Now, just propose a theory that some emergency gripped this vessel last night.
Yes!
Seaman Stroganoff, it's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship, isn't that right? Duh, that is correct. Why? And the ship's log here? This would be where you record the details of your duties. What are you doing with that? That is mine. You rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift bureau in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with the mind of returning to you later. I left it there on purpose. That's where I always put it. Point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances, you write the phrase nothing to report every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until the first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log? That is... Duh, because nothing happened. But if nothing happened, you would normally write nothing to report, wouldn't you? Indeed so, which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened here aboard the SS Berea. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact. Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night? Stop talking rubbish! If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh, why? Well, if something as major as an emergency stop really had happened, surely all of us would have noticed. That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently, the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine anybody would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night. Well, no. That's a good point. What of the throbbing? Sorry, what do you mean? Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We have all suffered with it. Oh, yeah, I have a headache. You're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. Nor have I. Wait! Did the ship just... Was the ship... Oh, hold on. What if the ship was not moving the whole time and then they just started up? I don't even know. I don't know how to do. I'm not exactly sure. I do know the ship stopped and caused them all to have a headache. Since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything just felt sort of hazy. I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. And the first thing I noticed this morning was a throbbing pain in my head. I'd already been dragged out of the wardrobe. Had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up when all that was happening to me? Hey, Mr. Naruto, you boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Well, yeah. Sorry. The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Well, Kazuma looked after me. I mean, I did think early on it was the chicken. You enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes. In fact, I had all of that. Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right. He didn't touch it. Is that relevant? Yes. My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken? I do. No, really? Is that really true? Meal prepared for the passengers last night have been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of a sulfuric designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it. A sleeping drug. This would have had to have been a premonition, though. Do you mean whoever did this lace everything with a sleeping drug so no one knows the ship's emergency stop? Mr. Naruhodo, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea. Precisely. Placing every meal of every passenger on board with a sulfuric drug would certainly be impossible, unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. Well, Seaman, that's what I was wondering. If she knows them, and they did that, and then could stop it without doing the alarms, I'm sorry to say that any more decisions will get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, there would have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew, and the captain himself, would be hauled over the coals. For aiding and abetting a renegade. Please, no more. I will tell everything. Eh? I cannot make problems like this for everyone and anymore. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Yes. When I decided to run away, I asked them to help me. We all agreed to help, everyone together. She threw away everything, her fame in the ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel. I don't believe it. You are right. We put sleeping drug in a chicken last night. I remember now. I didn't know I was chewing on a lump with something strange and bitter at one point. Ah, you cannot make all drug. How do you say, dissolve? Ugh. Talk about heavy seasoning. At midnight, the waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. Oh, so they didn't want anyone to stop. She was helped by comrade on shore with a small fishing boat. All the passengers of the SS Burris slept soundly, thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-reducing potion their evening meals had contained. But that's what happened. You know why people awake on the ship last night? With the crew, people who dislike chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. That means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin door. How does that make sense? So the cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been a complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins, after which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite. Accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. Yes! The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway. Not one of them would have found remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. It doesn't explain why his door was unbolted in the first place, though. You have talked a long time and said many things. What is point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left the message and rushed on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. Somebody who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night. But... I don't know about any of this. I am just a little girl. You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am Sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with eyes. A laudable trait? What? I'm quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo. You hear it, that accusatory guilt of cry on the wind, or cry of guilt on the wind? What accusatory cry of guilt? Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No. You must hear it with your eyes. Your observation is the basis of all deduction. What are you talking about? I believe the time has come. One final logic and... Oh, all right, Mr. Naruto, your assistance, if you please. Well, I guess I'm streaming for 4 hours like I said I wasn't going to. With observation, my dear fellow, this is it, at least true. I did not realize this was going to include the trial, more or less. If you remember, Mr. Naruto, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asogi's death. Oh, I love it, Nova. It's very fun. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these happened. Precisely, you're delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. All right, I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Kazuma died. Look at this. It's some kind of stain. An unusual place. Yes, you're right. Looks like ink, if I'm not mistaken. Ink. Look at the color. It's clear where this came from.
Yes!
Seaman Shogunov, you seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Eh? Yes, I don't know where the dirt comes from. Nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain. What are you trying to say? It appears that the significance of the stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Let's make it plain. Very large purple stain at the back of the Seaman's Shogunov's uniform, and I think what made it is clear. Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, please present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. All right, then. The evidence approved with the stain. That really is... Where's the ink?
Yes!
It's this photograph, and the ink it shows. That's what caused us in the uniform. Ink? Rather unusual color of ink. Purple. The penny drops. At last. Now you see the significance. Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. The stain on the back of your uniform is ink of the exact same color. If the ink had been dry, it wouldn't possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means it's fresh. Alright, yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in Dead Student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I pressed button to make Booria do emergency stop and bolt cabin door shut. Everything so no one would suspect our angel. Fifth, please. Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling passageway. An angel came to me. She was white like sheet. Fifth, please, you must help me. Went with her. Door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw Student Boy on floor. What happened here? Please, don't tell anyone. My little one. My little furry friend. Dude, that's so dumb. Kitten escaped through ventilator and the Mr. Soji's cat tripped over and broke his neck when he fell on the floor. Yes, that is right. Oh, sorry, I did the pun accident. So after the incident, when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova went and visited the cabin next to hers. Only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried that she heard sound of something falling on the floor. That's when she went to look. No. Angel? Door's not locked. Open to look in. Now, you already know what happened after. But just one thing. If you wouldn't mind. What? When you went to Mr. Soji's cabin, Mrs. Pavlova, was he already dead? Why? I already told you. Need to open doors to student's cabin. Look inside. I was asking Miss Pavlova. Well, Miss Pavlova? Oh? Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark. And he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand. I believe you. Is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last? Something very nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes? This photograph. Yes, I took it this myself, you know. Cause of death was a broken neck. Therefore, the victim died instantly. The unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there's one particular area in this photograph that seems to me somewhat unnatural. What do you mean, unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, well... If Kazuma tripped and fell by some terrible stroke of bad luck or broke his neck, which part of this photograph seems unnatural? I feel like it's his face.
Yes!
Must be here, surely. I'm going to offer you a piece of advice regarding the proof of detection. Oh boy. But not only in a crucial point, it can be helpful to keep your eyes open. They were open. And it can be equally helpful to use them. Crap. Is this where it all goes downhill? What's up, Dash? I think you were here earlier, but still. The word written in a foreign language underneath his fingertip, surely. Imagine, if you will, losing your footing yourself. Would you land as the victim has? What of your hands? I like the sort of fellow who stumbles with some regularity. It should be an easy task. Oh, it's his hands in a fist. Is that what he's been trying to say? Is it just clenched fist?
Yes!
Alright, he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, and this fist just doesn't seem quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. And there you see the victim with his left hand totally balled into a fist. Almost, you might say, as though he were gripping something. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there? My dear fellow, Mr. Sholmes, show us, please. Oh no. Is it... This is what I found. A crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle? Yes, you're right. A crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us? It tells us nothing. I'm not so sure. That crescent moon looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. Observation, Mr. Martin. That is the key. What? The truth is now tantalizingly close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? This is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? Observe. Find the answer with your own eyes. She has petite ears with the beautiful hair. Pink shells. Oh, what's that? There's something attached to her ear. Ah, I expect that's what an earring. That's a little piece of jewelry. An earring, is it? It really is tiny. Perhaps part of it is missing. Maybe it broke off? Also, there's the clasp part attached to the ear. If that's the case, it doesn't appear to have noticed that it's broken.
Yes!
Wow. You actually killed him? What the frick? Miss Pavlova, I noticed that on your ear, even though you have a metal earring, the decorative part seems to be missing. A little link going on must have broken, I suppose. Eh? What? But looking at your other ear, I noticed a crescent moon. Ah, I don't believe it. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Good, there's only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Miss Pavlova, Mr. Sogi must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night at Mr. Soji's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Sogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold on to it with his clenched fist during his final moments? Oh no. Angel? No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? Bro. Come on, man. I think about everything that happened yesterday. It was too much. Running away, a fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto the huge ship, and then I was at last in this cabin, and I could relax after this horrible day. Arca, wait. I couldn't believe it. He disappeared through the ventilator. Put a collar with a little whistle, and I tried waving her favorite toy. Nothing worked. Arca would not come back. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. young man from your country. He was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, and I was going to leave the man's cabin... Just a moment, sorry, but... Oh, yes? I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina. Huh? No, I don't know that name. I nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina? Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on the ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth. If he doesn't tell anyone, I have no other choice. I see. You've run away. Please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? He was going to... Oh my gosh. It happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait, I shouted, and then... Parker jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet, and... As he turned around to look at me... I pushed him. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. Unbelievable. I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. Unbelievable, dude. He was gonna get Ryunosuke, and that's when he went to fetch help. With Seaman Stroganoff, who was on duty out in the passageway. I heard Nina cry out and thud on the floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at the cabin door, shaking like a leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Biff. If they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go." She decided to help, and that's when you arranged things in Cosmo's cabin to make it look like I did it. So no one would suspect a passenger in the cabin next door. Yes. I went into the cabin, I looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. I found Stowaway in wardrobe, still sleeping. She worked out a plan to lay the blame on the Stowaway. Closed wardrobe doors, put strange paper sign. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Sato-san started to believe me when I said it was innocent. I dragged young man's body to a good place, used ink that was spilled on the floor to write. I wrote wardrobe. Tell me, what did the glass spell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. Let's see. It was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half. Angel went back to her cabin, and I finished job, pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway. Yes. According to the SS Bury, I did indeed come to an emergency a little after 2 a.m. Thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. So one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova. What? Well, you said that you told Cosmo about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland. It's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right? Yeah? But even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem? It was what he said first that made me scared. What he said first. Oh, Inspector. She thought he was gonna do it and call Inspector Hasanaga. Since Inspector was his friend. Ah, you mean me, who's supposed to be acting as his bodyguard. I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. Oh my gosh. May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, Mr. Sogi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm not Kazuma. I can't know for certain, but he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done. No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back. Well, Mr. Naruto, today's work is not yet done, it seems. There is one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? Yes, what action was the victim really about to take at that moment? Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was directed? First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. That's easy, I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still, the cabin has been my home for this entire voyage. This is how the cabin looked last night when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-san. Exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Miss Naruhodo? Yes! If there's one thing I've learned today, it's that a simple gaze can reveal all the manner of truths. Not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. Return to look for Miss Pavlov. What exactly was he looking at?
Take that!
Considering everything that had happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however, what is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe. The wardrobe. More importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly. Miss Pavlova, please think back very carefully. What were Mr. Sogi's exact words last night? Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Sogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if between them, they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. Oh no. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. I wish you had made sure what Mr. Sogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had. That's so sad, dude. This sucks. Miss Pavlova. I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did. And that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that. I'm sorry. Really, I'm so sorry. What have you done? Made this game a whole lot less fun because I don't have a Sogi. I don't have Kazuma, my homie. Disgusting. Mystery surrounding the tragedy of the SS Buria was finally laid to rest. I did predict it, but it still sucks. What happened to Miss Pavlova now then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. How about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all that out. Mr. Sholmes can do that? She won't be going back to Russia then. No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see. I'm sorry. Seaman Shogunov? I wanted to help our angel, no matter what, but I didn't think about you, about how you lost a good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste, but... Well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? Ah. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yeah. It is so away after all. I couldn't really expect any difference. So, you should get back to your cabin now. Looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it's even begun then. To think that only days ago, Cosmo and I were laughing together about how we tear up the streets of London. Seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Sato-san? Naruhodo-san, I didn't know you had returned. Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hasanaga just told me I should pack. You know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. Aww. I still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over just like that. Zato-san. Dang, game. Way to give the feel so early on in the game. Jeepers. We had such grand ideas to visit the Great Britain. So many dreams, and now they've been cruelly taken away. Just as she has. I thought I could never forget the person responsible. Now I know the truth, that it was just an accident. A silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much. Yeah, I know. I wish there was something I could say. Inspector, my duty was to see Asogi-san safely to Great Britain, but I failed. And caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. I'm free. Huh? Ha 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 ha! Surprise, Mr. Naruhodo. What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry? So I decided to restore them. For old time's sake, shall we say? You are a stowaway, after all. Ha 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 ha. He thinks this is funny. Mr. Sholmes. I do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences. The loss of your companion is truly heart-rending. I hope that you'll be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was a stowaway. The terms of his study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be? In the light of Mr. Soji's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no. I don't care for me, but... Poor Sato-san. Oh, my dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know no other lawyer. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. Yes. Mr. Sato? Yes? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? Huh? You're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Unless... Are you studying law? No, I'm not, but... Sorry, in that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But as I said, there is still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I have a month in which to study to learn what I must become a lawyer in Great Britain. Mr. Naruhodo? That's ridiculous! You're seriously suggesting anybody can learn all that in 40 days? There's only one way to find out. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But I put yourself in such a difficult position. Kazuma. He said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. Anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Mr. Zato? Oh? I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. Oh, Susato slam? So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant. Numbers are indisputable. No, it's madness. It's fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Fascinating? Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest, fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character, no? And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning to this very moment now, despite contending with the passing of his close companion, despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. Burlock Sholmes being a homie. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector, after all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said that I'd do anything at all to make it up for my shortcomings here. A homie. Thank you, Inspector. You'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next, and how best to make my reports. Do you really appear to pretend as Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder, if you could start teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer. I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant after all. Thank you. And Mr. Naruhodo? I'd like you to take charge of this. What? Me? Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword. It's been in the Asoji clan for generations. Very well. I accept. I'll treasure it, always. Susato's pretty awesome. Even if she does hit me on the ground. Dude, I'm the Steel Samurai. So then, Mr. Sato. It seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet. It'll be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. And for the next 40 days, I shall grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study. Yes, that's exactly what I need. But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you too. Goodness, what is it? Please throw me to the ground. 3 times. Huh? I should never have doubted you. You're Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course, you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. No matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away and the cabin door was locked on the inside. No, I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you, and not just once, but 5 times. Ha! That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Please, you must. Stick hold of me and throw me. Do it. Don't even think about it. No. I don't even know how. I never threw anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. I observed your throwing techniques several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. Where did you see that? Presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling? Oh, well, in a way. It's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujitsu technique. Apparently it's called the Susanoo Takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. How beguiling. I'm a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I am a somewhat accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw. Yes, I'd be honored. Then let us not dally, demonstrate to my team. Gee, I wonder what's about to happen. Oh, of course. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry. Hiya! As you can see, you throw from the abdomen. Oh yes, arresting indeed. Is this what you... Susanoo Takedown, is it? Actually, no, that was a Susanoo Squash. In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from my evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind. Haruma. That's right, it's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asoji clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a sator is more than a little irregular, surely. A Japanese man's sword is a soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be part of my katana. Haruma guides me. I truly believe that. Those name compels its wielder to slice evil in two, now that you wouldn't need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. And I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever is it, I'll see to it to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. The important thing you had to do. I still don't know what that was. I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. Okay, I was not expecting to finish the whole thing tonight. I'm not gonna lie. But, we did. To be fair, I assumed there was a trial, like an actual court trial. But nonetheless, we got it done, and that was pretty fun. We only made... How many mistakes did I make? I made 3 mistakes that whole chapter. Not too bad. I'm sure it'll definitely get a lot harder. I got a feeling that was just a very long introduction to the game. Thoughts? Both chapters have been fun. I feel like it captures the Ace Attorney charm well. Kazuma's death is really unfortunate. I mean, I don't like... It's not like... I don't dock the game points. I'm just sad. But, I think it makes sense so far. I feel like I've done pretty good at finding the logic, which is good. And so I'm sure it'll get harder as we go on, and that's good. So I'm looking forward to what's coming up next time on Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Thank you so much for watching. If you're watching on YouTube, have a fantastic evening. See you next time.